But yeah, we're gonna talk today. We're gonna see what people got to say about this topic. I'm sure this is something everybody has come encountered with. Hello, Starfire.
Hello, Fifth. Good morning.
How you doing? How you
I'm all
doing?
right.
Good,
I'm all
good.
right. Just drinking my coffee.
Hey, are you on the East Coast or the West Coast or Central? Where you at?
I'm in Jersey.
Oh, okay. You on the East Coast? All right. That's what's
Yeah.
up. That's what's
Where
up.
you at?
I'm from the East Coast, but I live in Texas now.
Oh, I've always wanted to go there. How is it?
Yeah, it's good where I'm at. I'm in Houston specifically.
How's the people treating you?
They all right.
Why you laugh?
uh, well, no. It's a bit of a mixed bag out here.
Hello?
To me, I don't think. You know how they. I'm sure you heard this being from the East Coast, right? I know that because I'm from New York, right? So I know you hear like people say Southern hospitality and all that. Oh, she going. Starfire, come back up. She probably got a phone call or something.
Yo, what's up?
Hey, how you doing?
Doing good?
Good. Hey, I just like to just give a disclaimer for people who are new on my channel, okay?
Okay.
Just no cursing, no foul language, okay? You see the
Alright.
topic? Do
Yeah.
nice guys really finish last, or are they just not attractive? What do you think?
Okay, so for me, like, this is just my personal experience, but the quote unquote nice guys, they're not really nice guys. They do it like it's a performance for them, you know? They're like, oh, look at all this good stuff I do, da 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 da, will you go out with me? And then the second you reject them, they're like, well, you're an ugly da 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 da, you know, like, you're ugly anyways, I didn't want to talk to you, no, none of that, you know. But genuine nice guys, I think a lot of them, like, that don't do it to perform, a lot of them do get overlooked, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I hear what you're saying. That could definitely be true. But I think everybody has this perspective on what actually a nice guy is. So what do you think a nice guy is, and if that's a good thing or a bad thing?
Okay, so for me, it really just depends, because you got your genuinely nice guys that are actually good men. Excuse me, I'll be right back. My neighbor's yelling, being an idiot. I'll be back. I'm gonna go on mute.
Yeah, no problem.
Sorry. We must have disconnected.
Yeah, I'm like, dang, where'd she go? We was having a.
I'm like talking to myself. I'm like, TikTok. I said sometimes TikTok be weird.
Yeah. Now I was saying like the Southern hospitality thing. Like how they say people, everyone in the South is nice and all that.
Mm.
I don't think Houston's not like that. Houston's kind of like New York in a way. Like as far as like how people act, like people could be rude out here too. You know what I
That's what
mean?
I heard. That's what I heard.
Yeah.
I live. I live like 25 minutes from New York,
Mm-hmm.
and yeah, New York is a different beast.
Yeah, yeah. Plus, a lot of people who live in Houston are from other places too. That's what I noticed though. Living out here for about like 6 years now. A lot of people who live here moved here. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I see.
Yeah, so because everywhere else is so expensive, especially in
Right.
so it's just easier to go to a different state for because the real estate is lower.
Facts. I
Yeah.
mean, that's one of the main reasons why I came out here. So
Yeah.
I understand it though. But nah,
Yeah.
out here, I don't mind it out here. It's cool. It's all good. So anyway, hey, I got this topic today. Do nice guys really finish last, or are they just not attractive? What's your opinion, Starfire?
Nice guys finish last because of the amount of egotistical, self-centered, materialistic women we have on this timeline. That's why nice guys finish last because a lot of women are looking for physicality, materialism, in the sense of personality, good-hearted nature, good intention, actual action, empathy, and love. So that comes last, but the physical comes first. And how much money he got, and this and that. Because a lot of women, they choose a guy that is overly narcissistic over the good guy that's trying to help them and actually define their future and actually take them away from addictions. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you mean like a truly nice guy,
Like
not
a
like
true.
yeah, not the guy who playing nice, but a truly nice guy. Yeah,
Exactly, because you a man, right? You know,
yeah.
more than me. You know how this game is played, right?
Mm-hmm.
So some men like to pretend to be nice, but they not nice people. And no matter what you do as a woman, you can't do anything to make that man nice if he in his true nature isn't a nice person.
I'm back, y'all.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. Sorry, I was here a little bit ago and I had to go help my neighbor deal with something.
Yeah, but Wicked, 1 second. But yeah, Starfire, was you done before Wicked comes back in? Because she
Yeah,
was
she was talking first, so I could let her talk because me
okay.
and just yapping about.
That's okay. We'll get back to you, Starfire. We got time today. Wicked, yeah, you can get back to answering your question if you remember.
I was talking about how there's like the performative good guys, that are like, oh, look at what I do for, like, I'm such a good guy. And then you start talking to them and you give them any sort of attention, and then they're just like, they get upset at you when you either find someone else or you stop giving them that attention because they're not what you want. They're like, well, you're ugly anyways, you're this, you're that, da 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 da, And then you have your genuinely good guys who are like, hey, this is who I am, this is what I'm about. You want to get to know me? Cool. If not, that's cool as well, and they actually understand that it's not a reflection of how we think about them. It is just we do not really wish to continue the the relationship. Because a lot of the like performative good guys, they take offense to rejection from you. They're like, oh, well, you think something's wrong with me, so here, let me attack you as, like, as a person, you know. I'm gonna say all this about you, and then they don't really understand that it's not about them. It's how you feel and how you're moving as a person, you know?
Right.
Whereas an actual good guy will understand, hey, it's nothing against me. She's just not feeling how I'm moving, you know? And that's whatever.
Yeah, so that's very understood. You know, I mean, you use words like nice and everything, but it's really like a genuine person. Uh, but I would kind of like say like this, right? Um, you know, we have you two ladies on here, right? Um, Let me start with Starfire. Starfire, you ever heard a woman say after she's had an encounter with a man, oh, you know, he's cool and all, but I think he's too nice. You ever heard of that, Starfire?
Yeah, because the thing is, if you really want to go into a deeper aspect of it, some women are used to toxicity all the way from the father. And when the father wasn't present, or the father was toxic, or the father, they saw that he did this to their mother, or whatever case may be. The thing is, we have two sides to us, right? We have the good side, the conscious side that wants to do the right thing, right? And wants to play along the game. And then we have the other side where we crave that action of toxicity, of seduction, of the chase, of the matter, of the indifference, of the tug and pull, you know, type of ordeal. And so when a woman in her essence just knows toxicity, and that's all she knows inside of her prana and her psyche and her soul, because that's what she's used to, that's what she's going to crave. So when she finds a stable man that doesn't do any of those things, but wants to help her reach her full heightened potential, she thinks that he's too nice, because there's no toxicity to chase for. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There's nothing there. He's too nice. There's too much of a Monday through Friday, same structure, same ordeal. He does everything she wants. He tries to do A, B, and C, give her flowers, do whatever he he can to make her happy. If she's dealing with addictions, or if she's dealing with this, or she's dealing with that, he wants to pull her through. But the thing is, she doesn't see that because she's so stuck in her primal stage of being a chaotic woman in her essence, because she hasn't awakened yet.
So she's interpreting that as he's too boring, basically.
He's too boring for her because she is used to dudes that are inconsistent, dudes that don't do half of the stuff that he does, don't want to. She's used to having to ask, and you know, so that's why she's like, oh, this fella too nice. I don't there's no excitement. He ain't gonna do this. He ain't gonna you know, there's things I can't say because TikTok purposes, but he ain't gonna do A, B, and C with me. I can't show him around to the homies because my homies is this way and he don't mesh with them and they you know what I'm saying? Like, so there's like so many there's so many different levels to ask why a woman would say, oh, you're cute, you have a job, you have your stuff together, but you're too nice. You got to look at the woman and how she's dressing and how she's acting in public and how she carries herself. Because men know, y'all know, if a woman is ratchet, if a woman is a good woman at heart, if a woman is meant to be a wife or the mother of your children, y'all know.
Yeah. Wicked, what you think as far as, have you ever heard, whether it's yourself or your women's circle or, whoever, where you've heard a woman after she's had an encounter with a particular man, she'll say, you know what, he's cool and all, but he's just too nice. You ever heard of that, Wicked?
Yeah, a lot of my friends, well, not a lot, but a few of my friends, they'll go on dates with these guys that are great guys, and like they're such nice guys, but they crave the chaos, because that's just how they are. They like chaos. I personally disagree with that, Like, my fiance is the most consistent man I have ever met. And it's like, I'm the type, I crave consistency, but there are a lot of women who crave, like, the chaos that a guy like that brings around,
Yeah, like the thrill, basically.
Yeah, because it's like you don't
The
know.
mystery.
Yeah, it's like you don't know 1 minute from the next what he's gonna do, And I used to be that way, but then as I started growing up and like maturing, I was like, yeah, no, that's not what I want.
I must say the two of you are looking at this very objectively, and I really appreciate that. So I guess I want to go to this. What makes some women? Because it's not all, right? I don't think everything is all, but what makes some women so prone to be drawn to men who are not really so nice per se, and like you said, to give that thrill, to the mystery, to keep them guessing thing. And Starfire, you alluded to, chaos and toxicity. What do you think, is drawing some women to that? I mean, could it be beyond just how growing up? Could it just be society? Could it be, the media, social media? I mean, what do you think it is?
Um,
Starfire, you can go first, and then we'll get back to Wicked. Go ahead, Starfire.
Well, it all starts, like I said, it all starts in the home. So if the woman sees her mother going through struggles with men and her mother chooses toxic men each and every single time because that's what her mother knows how to do, that little girl is going to grow up and unconsciously, because remember, the mother and the daughter, believe it or not, the DNA of the mother is inside of the daughter. And the karma of the mother, if not looked at, it could be very transferable. The karma of the mother can go to the karma can go into the daughter, right? So that daughter might have karma as well because of the mother. And so that daughter then grows up knowing that these parasitic men in their nature are men that she is attracted to. Toxic men, I'm going to tell you one thing. They know they know how to manipulate us. They know exactly what to say. They know exactly how to say it and when to say it. And for a gullible woman, that's like, oh my God, he really cares about me. And then, then they get used to the toxicity, because then it's like, okay, they too deep in, so they stay. And then that action just keeps replaying itself. And it's like, they used to that thrill. It's that thrill, like, oh, it's that thrill. Like, and it depends on the environment of the woman. Like, a woman from the hood and a woman from the suburbs are not going to be thinking the same about men.
Can I challenge that real quick before Wicked goes?
Yeah, go ahead.
So Starfire, I want you to be open to the idea. Maybe you are, and I just, maybe didn't let you speak this, but I want you to be open to the idea that there are women who can come from good stock and good parenting and still want the bad guy.
Well, yeah, but I'm just, it's what I'm saying. I mean, it's just like, the bad guy is always going to know exactly how to play the game correctly enough so the woman doesn't leave the nature of his toxicity. You understand what I'm saying? Like, so, and I know I'm going pretty deep with it, but it's just, I feel like this stuff is not really talked about, and that's why these good guys are left out in the cold. And then we see ourselves, and you see those women then like turning the leaf and ending up alone, or not wanting nobody, or, oh, I'm Miss Independent now, because they done sacrificed all them good guys because they wanted that thrill, and then time is up. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do.
So
yeah, I would say there are many different factors.
it's just a lot of different factors.
Yeah, there are many different factors. Wicked, what you think? I mean, is it parenting? Is it society? Is it social media? I mean, is it what's being promoted? Is what do you think, Wicked?
Well, I think a lot of it, or I think a part of it is like just the hookup culture of nowadays, because it's like they're like, don't get too attached, like get with one, get like keep a rotation, because a lot of women are like, okay, well, if he's not going to be around for long, why not pick like the hottest man, and not necessarily care what type of man he is, he could be abusive, all of that, but she's only with him for a little bit, so what's the problem, And it's like, and I'm going to use an anecdotal experience from my past. When I was like, when I was dating just to date, I was with this one guy. He was handsome, but he was a piece of garbage. And one of my male friends at the time was like, hey, you shouldn't be with him, he's not a good guy. And I literally stopped talking to that friend for years because of it. Because I was like, why are you getting involved in it? It's none of your business what I do. And I think that's a lot of it too, because the genuinely like nice guys, they will try to get you out of like situations like that are awful. And you look at it and you're just like, why are you trying to control me? And it's like,
hmm
and they don't really realize, hey, they're trying to help you, you know. And I feel like that's another problem because a lot of us women nowadays, we don't want men to be, or anyone to be like, hey, this is a bad situation for you, because it kind of makes you have to like really look at yourself internally. And a lot of people don't want to do that, you know. They're just fine as they are.
Yeah, understood. So I think what happens is that it's also what's taught, right? So
Yeah.
what's taught, what is glorified, what's presented. I mean, look, there are plenty of movies, TV shows where the nice guy, he's kind and everything, right? But
Yeah.
then you see the bad boy pull up, motorcycle, smoking his cigarette, your typical movies like, Grease and, back in the day, and then even now, you always see like the bad guy is more spontaneous. He's more wanted by women. He also has like a better friend circle per se. He's like he has the it factor. They always show that, you know?
Yeah.
And that is something that is put into the into entertainment. And people grow up seeing that. Men grow up seeing that to emulate it, and women grow up seeing it to be drawn to it. I mean, don't you think?
Yeah. Like, because I've been watching a lot more, like, of the movies like that, you know? And I've just been really paying attention. And I'm just like, it just shocks me, you know? Because I'm just like, everyone always thinks that movies are like always so different. But then you watch them and the storyline's pretty much the same in each one, you know?
Yeah, that's very true. A lot of movies, from the 80s and 90s and and before that, has always shown the dynamics of the nice guy and the bad guy. You know, um, but they always. I'll tell this though. I'll give it credit to some degree. You know, at some point they do show that the not so nice guy does show his true colors. But what I don't like is that this is what they do. The woman will uh either reject the nice guy, get with the nice guy, get with the bad guy, and then when she's done with the bad guy, she want to come back to the nice guy, like come save me. Like
Yeah,
what's that
yeah,
about?
it's like, I messed up, please. Please don't leave. Like, I need you. It's like, baby girl, you should have, like, given him a chance way sooner, you know?
Right, exactly. So yeah, I mean that's definitely what's taught. Do you have any children, Wicked?
No,
No. Okay,
no
so
children.
that's all right. I mean, if you had daughters, what would you teach them? In regards to this topic.
I would teach them there's gonna be some really good guys that come along. Like, they're gonna be the best guys you'll meet. But then the second they can't get what they want from you, they might switch up. Now, if they switch up, drop them like a bad habit. But if they stay and are still genuine with you, those are the ones you want to keep around.
Right. Right. So you would basically teach them how to distinguish someone who actually is. You know, a
Yeah.
quality nice guy versus a guy who's just playing a role just to get what he wants.
Yeah, and like with my and if I ever have a daughter, I'm gonna tell her, which something I wish someone would have told me. Not everyone who comes in your life is gonna be your friend. You're gonna have multiple types of people that come into your life. Some of them are gonna be to teach you a lesson. Some of them are gonna be like there to encourage you. Some of them are gonna be your best friends. The only one person you really have to rely on is yourself and your own judgment. Because if you, in your own judgment, determine that someone is safe, then they should be safe. And the second someone gives you a reason not to trust them, do not, you know. Because it doesn't, because it doesn't take much to say that you've changed, you know. It takes a lot to prove it.
Right. So how long have you been married? I'm just curious because you did mention
Oh,
that, you know, your husband and everything.
oh, he's my fiance. We're not married yet.
Oh, okay, you will be. Okay.
Yeah, we're getting married next month.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay. And I like the fact that you know, bigged him up and basically was like, hey, you know, he's a consistent man, and consistency is what you're attracted to. And I'm pretty sure all the other things along with his consistency has led to the results that, you know, may lead to, you know, that is going to lead to you guys, you know, being married, you know.
Yeah, I always talk life into my man. I don't see a point in doing anything but that, you know.
Right.
That man works his tail off day in and day out to be there for me, like to show that he loves me. Even even on days when he's not at his best, like him at his worst is better than anyone else I've ever been with at their best, you know?
Yeah. That sounds good.
So it's like I always speak life into my man because that man saved me. Honestly.
Wow.
Yeah, I was going down very bad path. Was not gonna be here much longer. I was going through a really bad family situation, and then I met him, and just like everything just like turned, like just did a whole turnaround and went. Everything started going better, you know.
Mm.
And one thing I'll never have to worry about is I'll never have to worry about like feeling less than anymore. Because this man's always like, this man like treats me like an absolute queen. Like, if there's ever anything I need, even if it's just like extra validation, he's there, you know?
Right.
Like, I could just say, honey, I'm having a really tough day. Can, like, we call and just sit there in silence, you know? Like, he'll sit there with me in silence, and it doesn't feel uncomfortable, you know?
Yeah. That sounds good. You know, I like hearing women talk about their men like that. I think that is respectful and honorable. You know, I could appreciate hearing stuff like that. That's positive, you know,
Yeah.
and vice versa. You know, it's always good when a man talks about, you know, his woman, you know, in that way. And like you said, you always, you know, you're going to speak life into your man. And even days where you're not your best or he's not his best, he still is consistent on how he treats you, and I think that's good. And I'm sure that you treat him a certain way too. You know what I'm saying? Because obviously, you know that relationships are reciprocal. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because because there are days where he's not going to be feeling his best. He may be 60%, so he may be 40%, so you're gonna have to provide that 60% at the time. You know what I mean? I'm not talking about money, but you know what I mean in terms of like
Yeah.
support. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, and I can always tell when he's having a tough day,
hmm
even before he says anything, because he gets this like look in his eyes,
Right.
and it's like, and I can tell there's something bugging him. Like there's just like this sadness behind his eyes, and I'll just look at him. I'll be like, "Honey, what's going on?" Like, talk to me. I'm always here.
I like that. Wicked. I'm gonna go to Meerkat.
All right, I have to get off here anyways. I got some work I got to get done.
No problem.
But it was great talking with y'all.
Thank you. Hey, I appreciate you coming on here. You were nice and respectful. You always come back. I go live same time, every Tuesday and Thursday. Okay.
Awesome. I'll be here.
All right. You have a good day.
You too.
Meerkat, how are you, Meerkat? Meerkat, where you at? All right, I'll get to you in a second. Meerkat. But yeah, today's topic: do nice guys really finish last, or are they just not attractive? Dang, I need Starfire to come back. She was cooking. Oh man, it must be something with her connection. Let me see if I can find her, because she doesn't follow me on here. But she was saying some real stuff. But Meerkat, when you're ready to talk, the topic is: do nice guys really finish last, or are they just not attractive? I need to get your perspective on that.
Hey, I think it's a little bit of both. Because the bad boys, I don't know what it is, what the attraction is, but I mean, I like the Marlboro men. I mean, if you want to classify a type, but it's always not served me well. So I've learned to look past that. You know? I don't know what it is. I used to hang out with the guys and the people at school, high school, that we had a big tree out behind the high school, and the kids that smoked would go out there, and I would go hang out with them. I don't know. They were more, I guess, interesting. I don't know. Maybe I saw myself like that. I don't know. But I know. I don't know. Physical attraction it's key sometimes. If you ever watch, I don't know if you ever watch Love Is Blind. I don't know if we can say that, but
I watch it.
You see the ones that are gravitate toward each other, but then when they meet in person and it's not physically, it doesn't catch them physically, it doesn't work out because they don't want to push past what's been getting them on the show to begin with. I want to try something different. Nothing's worked out. I've always, I went after a certain type or look, and it's just, it didn't work out. Well, then they start doing the same thing, and people get hurt. So I don't know. I think sometimes they do finish last. Then sometimes years later, you look back at the ones you didn't look at, and they're like, "Oh my gosh, what was wrong with me?" Because they do so well. But anyway, what's your take on that?
Before I get to that, because I did talk earlier to two women. Zach, let me get Zacchaeus in here. Zacchaeus.
Hey man, what's good, man? I'm about to head out soon, but I'm just going. What to see the live? I just want to jump on it and give my opinion on it. It's a very good topic, you know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, man. I feel like on our podcast throughout the years, we've talked about this topic, maybe.
yeah.
So, do nice guys really finish last, or are they just not attractive? Go ahead, Zacchaeus. You have the floor.
I'm gonna say this, and you know how we get down, man.
Yep.
We're living in a world, in a moment in time where evil. The Bible says, good is evil and evil is good, and the people that are more into, and women are more thrilled because some women, I would say, into the bad boy image and bad boy persona, because you see that the nice guys that show decency and respectable and have standards and have minimal drama. Notice I use the term minimal drama. For some apparent reason, they're not attractive. Then for some apparent reason, they get looked over. But the dude that have like multiple kids and the dude been serving some time, for some apparent reason, he's a magnet. He's a magnet. And it's like this. They got some ladies that they're more attracted to the dude that has all those features, but yet the dude that has standards and trying to follow God is just, for some apparent reason, he's just looked over or just not attractive. They look at him as like, oh, he's just a brother in the Lord. I spoke about that in my podcast, like a guy that's going to the singles group. How he's looked over. He's just considered a brother in the Lord. But yet the dude that just walked into the church could be a thug, could be all of a sudden now he's attractive. All of a sudden now I'm falling in love with him. And they get thrilled because remember we did a podcast on it. Girls that don't want boring dudes. Remember that?
Yeah, because they deem the so-called nice guy as being boring.
Right.
There's no mystery to him. There's no it's not spontaneous enough. There's no level of slight toxicity in him. Yeah, go ahead.
Right. So that's what it is, man. I mean, so my answer to that is yes, nice guys. When it comes to the dating and when it comes to meeting women, and they do finish last because let's say some women when you're an overly nice guy, they take advantage of that. There was a clip that I shared not too long ago where this guy met this woman online, and when he finally met her, they were speaking for a while, but when he finally met her, she was at the restaurant, but guess what? All her other friends were there. So she was hoping and thinking that he'll pay for all the meals, pay for her meal plus her other friend's meal. So you talk about, yes. So when it comes to nice guys really finish last, yeah, but you think that she'll do that to an orangutan? She didn't do that to a dude that's don't play that. Oh no, she won't do that. She'll think twice. But a nice guy, yeah, she'll take advantage of him. Yeah, she'll even cheat on him. How much over the years you heard about nice guys? Oh, you got played, you got cheated on. Oh, yeah. And you'll go beyond the Call of Duty. For a woman, you go beyond the Call of Duty. For some women, you go beyond the Call of Duty. Go see her. You bend backwards. Make sure you clear your schedule. But yet, you put in 100%, and she puts in minimal. So yes, in this day and age, in this era, nice guys do finish last.
He is, man. He was so smooth with the ending. Nice guys do finish last. So serious.
That's my boy right there, yo.
Yeah, man.
What's up, Mila?
Hey, Phil.
Hey, you see the topic today? Do nice guys really finish last, or are they just not attractive? What do you think?
No, I feel like nice guys really do finish last, only because women these days they want somebody to be rough and push them around and all this extra stuff. Don't do that to me. I will punch you in your face. Um, but when it comes to a man being nice, I don't think women are used to it. They're used to some. Angie, don't laugh at me. um, women are not women are not used to guys being nice. They think it's always something behind it. They always want something in return. When in reality, that's really their personality. So that's just how I feel on that.
Yeah, earlier I was talking. I'm gonna get to Angie in one quick second. Earlier I was talking to two women. One woman is engaged. The other woman was more so tackling the issue in terms of the nice guy, in terms of like the programming of of women growing up. That they're programmed to not want a nice guy. They're programmed to want a guy who has some type of chaos in his life because that brings some excitement. It's not, she said the nice guy is deemed as being boring. His schedule is predictable, and that's just not enough for some women. I mean, Mila, what do you think about that? And then I'm gonna get to Angie.
Well, my thing is, wouldn't you want the person you're talking to or potentially talking to have a predictable schedule? Because at the end of the day, that's the person that's interested in you and you're interested in him or her, however it may go. Um, I just feel like women need to take a step back and realize, like, everybody that you always going after in return is only gonna get one thing, and when they get it, they gonna leave. But then you gonna turn around looking for that nice guy and be like, oh, I should have picked you in the beginning. I don't know what I was thinking, but then it'll be too late.
I hear that. Angie,
Hey y'all, happy Tuesday.
happy Tuesday. What's going on, Angie?
I just got back to New York from Virginia, so
How
you
was
know,
how was Virginia? Were you at Virginia Beach? What part of Virginia? Where was you?
I was in the DMV area, like resting.
Oh, okay, not too far from DC and all that.
Yeah,
That's what's up.
I hate the city. I'm ready to leave.
Yeah, I hear you. Where you want? Well, no, we ain't got to discuss that right now. But yeah.
Yeah.
So so you see the topic. Do nice guys really finish last, or are they just not attractive? What do you think, Angie?
No, I do think that they actually do finish last. Because I say that they finish last, like Mila said, sometimes women we think could either be too good to be true. So we don't trust it immediately off the bat. I mean, I'm gonna mostly speak for myself. Like if a man is like approaching me on something, I'm gonna wait to see if like, they're actually genuine or if they're just talking out of lust. But I do hear a lot of the times like women, I'm younger, but like women that's like older, could be my older sisters, they're like mid to late 20s for real. They talk about how they want a guy with a little bit of oh, but he's too nice, and give me the nice one. Give me the nice one. And I do think that they finish last. Again, I have my friend, and that is someone who has been through a lot dating wise with women, and he's not ugly. That man look good. And I would say that's an example of somebody that I guess finished last, didn't really get the best end of the stick because he was a nice guy and women took advantage of him. So I think when people don't really know your value or they think that you're too nice, no matter which side it is, they're likely to take advantage of you.
Well, when I say nice, I mean like genuine, right? And I've heard women say, you know what, he was cool, but He was just too nice. I need a man who was a little in between. In between what?
Crave
Okay,
toxicity.
so
They want the nice side of a man, but they also want him to be toxic, and that's not something you gonna get unless it's in that person's nature to do both.
They want
But sometimes when you crave that toxic part of a man and it goes beyond too far, then you're gonna be like, oh no, I didn't know he was like that. I didn't want that. I didn't ask for this. Yes, you did.
yeah. This is a question I'm asking everybody, and that is, why is it that we see so often that women will get with the bad guy? Dr. Love, hey, how you doing, Dr. Love? You can join anytime you're ready. They get with like the so-called bad guy, right? And then after the bad guy does them wrong, they want the good guy to save them. What's that about?
Well, that's what I was saying when I first got on here. Like, I don't know what it is with women that say, "Oh, I want this guy right here because he bad. The good guy is too good for me. I need a little, I need a little itch in my life." Like, no. As soon as you get that bad person, the bad person that you think is a good person, but it's really a bad person, you're going to full on regret it. Then you're gonna be looking for the good person. No, I was too good for you, remember? You said I wasn't enough.
Sometimes you could be allowing the devil into your doors. You got to be careful, because when you want that bad boy, when you want that bad boy, and you look at him like, oh man, he got what I need. It's not the grass is not always greener on the other side. And remember, they can affect your whole entire life, and I mean in more ways than one, if you know what I mean.
I think this is what my experience was. I was always attracted to, this is when I was coming up in high school in my 20s. I was attracted to the bad guys because I learned about myself through those choices, that I did not see myself as deserving of a nice guy. Okay, I always saw myself as the nice girl, but was looked over, and that's where my mindset was. I'm 64, so I've been through bad choices, children born, wasn't married. So I mean, I caught the not good side of bad boys. Now, I wasn't into like fighting and drama and stuff like that. It was just the ones that were not nice. They were nice, or they were like always laughing and kidding, the guys in high school and stuff like that, or college. That's my perspective.
Hey Jay, I'm sorry to cut in, but I'm leaving right now. Just want to tell everybody, thanks for joining. Thanks for joining so much, and I'll see you when I get back. I'm going out of town. God bless everyone.
Have a safe trip, brother.
All right, have a safe trip.
God bless.
You and your family, man.
Thank
Have
you.
a safe trip. I'll see you
Thank you
later.
so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Zacchaeus.
Thank you. Welcome. Take care now.
All right. Yeah, but I just feel like for any man or woman to mess over a good guy or a good woman, like, I just feel like their priorities are not aligned. Like, it's nowhere near. Because what do you need this bad person for? Why do you want somebody that's so aggressive, but then you complain about the aggressiveness that you asked for? Why play over a good man, when in the beginning that's not what you really wanted.
I think. Have you finished, Lovely? Sorry, I don't want to interrupt.
Yes.
I agree.
Hey, Dr. Love, I'm before you go, because I have to say the prompt for the algorithm, okay? Do nice guys really finish last, or are they just not attractive? What do you think, Dr. Love?
I think there's a lot of caveats to what you guys are discussing, and also obviously the topic. It's all related. Do nice guys really finish last? I don't think so. I think it's a case of the difference between nice and bad, and then there's also the part why we choose these. I can answer that too. And the reason why last guys may feel like the nice guys feel like they're last. You see, the thing is with nice guys, depending what our definition of a nice guy is, of course. But the nice guys who are very quiet, keep themselves to themselves, maybe lack confidence, so they're not as outgoing, they're not as daring, often stay behind because women like to be pursued, they like to be validated, we like the attention. And unfortunately, some of the nice guys don't like doing that because and then again, it could vary down to confidence, self-esteem, and so forth. So their approach is very different to a bad guy, where they'll be slower, they will be more relaxed. And in a relationship, to some women, it will feel boring. It will feel too calm. Now, that's not a bad thing because as you age, that becomes your preference, right? You want the calmness. But when you're younger, you want the excitement, you want the thrill. We grow up reading Mills and Booms and fairy tales. And in every fairy tale, there's a knight in shining armor who's coming to save us. So that's the first mistake we make, is believing in the stories, which kind of program our mind from a very young age. So I think that's one of the reasons the nice guys may feel like they're lasting last. And women in these relationships, there's no thrill in it. There's no spontaneousness. There's no, mystery, if you like. It's pretty running on a stable ground. And like I said, when you're older, these things kind of feel attractive, but not so much when you're younger. The other reason I think we attract bad guys is because a lot of us have grown up in dysfunctional homes. And I use dysfunctional homes, which can come under a whole ream of things. Some in single families, some in abusive relationships, some where the families have broken up. So our whole ideology of what a good, healthy relationship looks like isn't really there. So we attract men that we feel are familiar to us. And that might be from our previous traumas of growing up as a child. So we kind of idolize that and look for that. If you generally look at the pattern of relationships you've had, you'll be able to join the dots of what the pattern of our relationships are. And when you go back in, you do some work on yourself and look at yourself and the relationships you've had, you'll see what the pattern is. And then the familiarity will come. You'll see some of those traits that we are looking for in the bad boys might be aggression, might be anger, might be abusive, might be hot and cold, all these things that we on a conscious level do not want, but we are drawn to it because it's familiar. Often you may hear people in relationships where they say, I know this relationship's no good for me. I hate him, but I love him. And I don't know why I can't leave him. Or I'm with her and she drives me insane, but I love her. It's not love. It's familiarity that keeps you in that relationship, and that fear of you're not going to find it anywhere else. So that even our relationships, a lot of them are trauma-based. So we continue on that cycle. So the bad boy seems really attractive. They're going to be more hot. They're going to be more on the chase. They're going to go after you. They're going to show more effort in the beginning. Obviously, it all wails down later. But they're going to be more hands-on than the nice guy will be. Hence why the nice guy if there's 4 people on this panel and there's one attractive woman, 9 out of 10, the nice guys will stay quiet. They won't make the shot. They won't shoot the shot. They'll stay reserved. And the player will get the woman, or will certainly be, hitting more of the compliments and going for what he knows that she will like. And he'll have more experience because that's what he does. Long
Yeah, that
term,
just happened to me last night. That's
yeah,
funny you said that.
long term, who's going to win? it is the nicer guys who win long term. Short terms, it's the players. The players eventually sit down and maybe they'll reflect and then they'll change their ways, or maybe they won't. But players are short term gain. The nice guys are the ones that you really want to settle down with. But in relationships, when you're with a nice guy or when you're with a secure guy, it is going to feel a little bit, the way women describe it to me, boring. But all that boring really means, it's calm, and they're not used to that.
So,
Dr.
were you
Love,
done, Dr. Love?
can I ask you a question?
Okay. Go ahead,
Um,
Meerkat.
okay, you go back to the kings and queen days when you have knights and soldiers and you go out to battle. It just seemed like the you want to call a bad boy, but they were the ones that were winning the war. They were the ones that would snatch an enemy, and slay them, slay dragons and stuff like that.
They
That's
weren't players, they were villains.
okay. Well, okay, even if they were on the right side.
If they were on the right side, they were there to do a duty. It wasn't about love. It wasn't about relationships. It was about winning for the country, winning for the name, winning for the ego, winning for, the title. So the people back in what you're referring to were not in that era. Now, when I say players, I'm talking about good guy, bad guy versus in relationships. I don't know if I've got the prompt wrong.
No, she understands what you're saying. She's trying to speak to when you what has been ingrained and taught from the jump is that a particular character persona of a particular man has always been pushed on women, whether it be society, families, culture, media, mass media, social media of today. That's where I think Meerkat is going with her point, right?
Yeah, because if somebody was trying to hurt me, it's like a guy with a bad boy side to him. I mean, he might have a nice guy, but a bad boy side would defend me. But nice guys, it's like they don't know how to fight, or they would not be able to defend you because they're nice. I guess that's the analogy. I don't know. I'm trying to not jail thug type guys, those type bad boy guys. I'm talking about a stand-up guy who's got a very masculine side, and sometimes nice guys don't have a feminine side, but they don't have a very masculine side to them that women pick up on, I think. I don't know. I may be totally wrong myself. I may need counseling. I don't know.
No. You're making perfect sense now. I understand what angle you're coming from. And that, again, when I said, us girls, we're grown up with reading Mills and Booms and love stories. And in those, there is a knight in shining armor kind of man who comes and rescues her. Look at Cinderella. This are all the fairy tales. That's how they kind of start and end. But the problem is, you're right in what you're saying. The bad guy will defend her. He'll protect her. But then he'll ruin her life in many other ways.
Yeah, I understand that.
You can't win.
I'm talking about the attraction, why you're initially attracted to that, and then find out down the road, God, it was really bad.
It wasn't worth it. I think it's because they're quite, I don't know what another word is for, I guess they're quite ballsy, aren't they? They'll go for it. They'll shoot their shot. And that is, I think, primarily also the difference between the nice guy and the guy that will go for it. Nice guys tend to stand back a little, sit back a little. And you're right. If there's a fight, the nice guy will be like, well, I'm just going to hold her hand and I'm just going to take her away from the situation and we're not going to get into it. Whereas the bad guy's like, well, hold on, you looked at my girl, you said something to my girl, and women like that because we like it when they are protecting us.
Right.
Okay. Not to say that the nice guy can't do it either. I think nice guys should do it.
Yeah, but the problem is when that turns on you now. This is why y'all got to be very careful. And I'm speaking generally. I'm not saying you, Dr. Love. Women want these pit bulls until the pit bull turns on them.
100.
So somebody got to speak to that.
But that's what I'm saying.
Okay, so I can kind of relate to that because, Fifth, like I told you before, all I dated was independent. All
Yep.
I dated was people that was in the street world,
In the game,
you
yeah.
know. And it was, I felt as if, oh, he's so aggressive, I'm attracted to this kind of person. But then as I got older, I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. This is not what I really want, because, y'all out here doing what y'all gotta do to survive, and I'm not used to this. I'm a in the house kind of person. I'm not, it ain't gonna be no pals over here. We not doing that. Like, it's so much. If you've never dated a person in that lifestyle, and not just talking about the aggressive way, if you've never dated a person in that lifestyle, you can't speak on it unless you've dated that person or know someone that has dated that person or a person like that.
But you know what, lovely?
So
Even
all
with
of those people are not always like in the street world. Yeah, they mean, they rude, they very condescending, but as soon as y'all get behind closed doors, it's, oh, I love you, this, that, and the third. And it's the softness that come out. That's what I was more so attracted to. You tough out there in the streets, but when it's time to close and lock the door, you're soft as feathers. Like, that's what I was looking for in the beginning. But now it's like, no, I don't want it. I don't like it. Don't need it.
I don't think you have to be in. See what you're saying. You're right, lovely. But I don't think I'd need to date someone who was from that background. I would know intrinsically
No,
straight
I
away.
said that was me. That's what I like.
Yes, correct. What I'm saying is, you also said that unless you've done that, you wouldn't know. But I can totally relate to
Yeah.
what you're saying.
Yeah,
I
but
can totally
Dr.
relate.
Love, she's not talking about you.
No, I know that.
Right. Okay. So,
But the comment that was made was you wouldn't know about it unless you were in that relationship. You wouldn't have a thought process on it. And what I'm saying is you don't have to be in a situation like that in order to know that there is a hard exterior and then there's the soft exterior, which comes out, lovely, when they're in your arms, when they're in the home, and that is part of the attraction. Because from a psychological point of view, you're like, wow, this person's a mean machine when they're on the streets, but look how they are when they're with me. And that in itself is like an adrenaline, a drug that keeps you in that relationship until, like Lovely said, as she got older, she realized that's not for me. I don't want someone doing pow pow outside my house and bringing all that trouble here, because she wanted a family life. Am I right, Lovely? Am I right?
You're right.
Yeah?
yeah, but Dr. Love, that's not always guaranteed. And I want Angie to kind of get in because she's been waiting. It's not always guaranteed that this so-called, pit bull is going to be a Yorkie when he's in the house. Sometimes they're just always pit bulls.
Correct.
You feel me? Tearing up the house, barking at you crazy. And some women will stay in that situation because
Going
the
nowhere.
pit bull, because the pit bull is basically the woman's attack dog.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? We got to look at it this way. It's not just the man is some type of tough guy out in the streets for you, but then he's also an attack dog.
Yes.
So what happens is that you mentioned earlier, Dr. Love, right? Oh, if something happens, I want the man, to defend me, right? Well, here's the thing. I'll tell you about a genuine guy. A genuine guy is not only going to check the man or check someone who's disrespecting you, he going to check you too, right? But then you have women who don't want, they want this pit bull, this Rottweiler, this Doberman, right? At their beck and call when they want him to behave that way. That's not really that's just being a woman's delete switch for people out there. You know what I'm saying? And that's not necessary. That's not a good thing. That's not how a man even gets his respect either. Because I've seen men who get it twisted, and these are the women that know how to play the game. There are women out here who are so good at their job that they can make you think that they picked you because you're the bad guy. Oh, nah, they picked you because they could use you and basically be the remote controller on how they can curate how you act out there with them and others.
Yep, that's true. So fifth, I'm gonna say this because I'm married. Hey, Beyonda, welcome in. Um, my husband, his thing is, if we ever separate, I want you to know how the game is, how the game go, how to do this, how to do that, And I just be like, why do I need to know this? I'm confused. Like I'm not. If you leave, I leave. We separate, fine. But I'm not looking. And he's like, well, I just don't want nobody to try to run game on you. Sir, you did it enough. I'm not doing it again. like, like it's things that he tried to teach me in the world that he grew up in. More so not his choice, but he made it his choice. And I just be like, I don't feel like I need to know that for real. Honestly, I don't feel like I need to know because of simple fact I have little ones and I don't need them to see that being told, see or hear that being told to me.
I respect that 100%.
Angie, go ahead and go, and I'm gonna get to KJ because you've been waiting. Go ahead, Angie.
In terms of like the whole pit bull thing, I can't really speak for it. I more so have experience dating wolf in sheep's clothing because I like the good nerdy guys and they all just so I can't really talk about the whole pit bull thing, but I will say like I have noticed like other women around me that I think women just like the chase. Like it's all fun and games until they get their feelings hurt.
That's what's up, KJ.
Yeah.
What's going on, brother? You see the
What up, though?
topic. You been in the chat. You heard what the ladies were saying. Do nice guys really finish last, or are they just not attractive? What you think, KJ?
Well, of course nice guys aren't attractive because they're easy to walk all over. No shit. What did you expect?
KJ, language, brother.
Sorry. Oh, yeah, my bad. I forgot where I was at again. F1 in the chat. F1 in the chat. F1 in the chat. Yeah, no duh. I was going to say that. No duh. Of course they finish last because they make it 10 times easier to walk all over them. They're so busy trying to seek the approval and the attention of a woman that they're attracted to or gain the validation from attractive women that they don't know self-worth. So they think that just being nice is going to land them their spot when it comes to a woman's life. Yeah, that's not how that works. How do I know? Speaking from experience. That nice guy bullish, that don't work out. Never did. A good guy is different. Of course. But that's the thing. Attractiveness is subjective, and people don't understand that the vast majority of everybody across the planet, let alone America, are average at best. That's just the reality. So I think that men have a better grasp at understanding that they're average, and women kind of go above their threshold when it comes to attractiveness and try to make it seem as though that they're above that threshold of attractiveness, which is why they have no problem literally going for jugulars when it comes to men that are literally around the same attractiveness as they are, and they don't want to admit it because they think that they're too high and mighty for that, for lack of terms. I don't know how else to put it, but I'll land off of that. Oh yeah, by the way, this is self-sabotage how a lot of women will go for the bad guy, knowing that the good guy is morally better, financially better, so on and so forth. And yeah, I don't know. It's just I see this self-sabotage behavior from women almost all the time, and it's exhausting. I'll land off of that.
Okay, so before you go to Angel Fifth, I want to say to KJ, um, it, the women that I see that self sabotage are the ones that say, "Oh, my dad did this to my mom. That's why I did so and so," or "My brother been through this with this person, and that's why." Like I don't
Can you
like
expand on
so.
that? What are you talking about?
So, like the women that self sabotage and say, "Oh, well, my dad and my brother was a good person, and and the person that they were dating played over their feelings, cheated on them, and did X, Y, and Z." Like they like to blame the other person as to why they would never or won't date the nice guy.
Okay,
Like what? So, what do you have to say about that?
skill issue. You mean to tell me that you had a good representation of what a man is supposed to be in your father and your brother, and you still went for the ain't ish guy? Yeah, skill issue. I don't feel bad for you at all.
Okay.
He's got a
That that
valid point.
Yeah, he
that's
do. He has a
that's
very
exactly what
valid
you
point.
get. That's
Yeah.
That's
exactly
why I
what
was
you get.
asking him in the comments, but I don't think he understood my question fully.
Well, hold that thought because we're gonna get back to that when we get back to open this up. Angel, how you doing, Angel?
I'm good. How are you guys? How are you?
Hey, you see the topic? Do nice guys really finish last, or are they just not attractive? What do you think, Angel?
Well, this is a really layered answer and question. Let me tell you where I'm coming from when I read this. Do nice guys really finish last? I think that's the wrong word. I think nice is definitely not the right word. I think do gullible guys finish last? Would be more proper when it
Angel,
comes.
Angel, hold on. Angel,
Mhm.
you know what nice guys mean.
Well, no, that's not a full picture. From when I look at nice guy, I believe we all want a nice person, a kind, loving person to be with, right? When I say gullible, what I mean is when a man gets to the age to start dating, he should be prepared to discern to a certain degree what a good and a bad partner is. So if he is entering into a relationship with someone that's toxic, then that is where I'm calling him gullible.
Okay, you go ahead and continue. My bad. I'll address that later. Go ahead.
So that's what I mean when I say that. As far as not being attractive, I think some people touched on it. I might have missed all of what's been said already since I came in kind of late, but I have seen where very dominant type women will try to get in relationships with these type of men because they do have a level of control over them. Um, and then as far as the attractiveness goes, I think Dr. Love kind of touched a little bit on it, like the psychology part of it. Most people are attracted to what they're comfortable with. So if women are being attracted to these bad boys, as you guys said, they probably had some type of trauma, whether it's minimal up to severe in their upbringing. So that would be more comfortable and more natural for them to be gravitating towards. But yeah, I do think nice guys, quote unquote, they will absolutely finish last if they're going out into the world unaware of what is good and what is bad for them. They will always finish last.
Okay, so it always go back to because I even mentioned trauma. Okay, so it always goes back to trauma. But what if the woman uh, that is dating this man, this bad man, or this bad man don't even know, like she's just attracted to him off back because that's what she see, that's what she like. It don't have to be a trauma bonding thing, or it don't have to do nothing with trauma. What if it's just that? What if she just like that kind of person?
And anybody could answer that. She's asking everybody that.
Can she repeat the question? I missed it. I'm sorry. My phone's getting
No,
blown up
I'm
right now.
saying, I said it always goes back to trauma. What if the woman that's dating the man, this bad man as we speak of, is not so much trauma based?
It's
Like
also a skill issue.
what if she just like him because that's what she like? It don't have to be
Oh,
trauma based.
okay, so she's just stupid then.
Why she got to be stupid?
I would call it naive.
Why are you willing to, no, I said what I said. It's stupid. Why are you willfully going for a man that is clearly abusive? That does
No,
not
no, no,
that
not
does not
abusive.
match with
Not
you in any
abusive.
way, shape, or fashion. Like what are you in with it for? Just the status? Like
Now,
what are you
men and
doing?
women think differently. So a man would look at it that way, but a woman would look at it completely different. And I think that's something that we have to address first.
Women are not exempt from thinking logically. I hate this
I never
argument.
said we don't think logically.
So
However,
then
our
think
first
logically. That's
basis,
stupid.
right? But that's how a man, like how men, right? A lot of the times, and I've had this conversation too many times. A lot of the times when women vent to men, a lot of the times men are sitting there offering us solutions when all we want to do is just vent. So like that ties into what women are actually looking for when we're coming and we're just voicing ourselves versus how a man would automatically think, bitch, why don't you just trick, why don't you just do it like this? You feel me? And this is just me being real. A man would be like, so why don't you just do this?
Hey,
You know?
that B word definitely came out slick. I ain't gonna
You know, my
lie.
bad, y'all, but I know that's what y'all be thinking. You feel me?
Yes,
And
you're
I know
correct.
that's what y'all be thinking.
Yes,
Y'all be like, so why you could have just did this, you know? But women don't think like that. Not for the vast majority of women don't think like that. And if that's her type,
this is why I reject that.
I
This is
think
why I reject that.
it has to do a lot with naivety, the type of lifestyle she wants to live. You know, to you it might be stupid. To me, it's stupid too. But
This
it's
is
a
why I
lack of
reject that.
maturity. I want to say, like a lack
This
of
is
maturity and ignorance.
this is why I reject that, because if you're going to pivot it down to just women want to vent, right? They don't really want a solution, they just want to vent, right? Then what I'm hearing from that is that the vast majority of women in the West, I'm not going to say women period across the planet, but vast majority of women in the West are more focused on the thrill of what it is that they're dealing with, that they don't actually care to find out a solution so that they don't keep dealing with the same thing that is constantly affecting their mental health. And then this is why you have so many broken women that are repeating the ongoing cycle of going into another relationship without fully healing from what she was previously dealing with. And then she wonders why she can't find a good man. Right? This is why men are more solution based, because when we deal with something, we don't want to deal with it a second time. We want to get to the meat and bones of the issue immediately so that the cycle doesn't repeat itself. Because if the cycle repeats itself, guess who's going to be more prone to crashing out? The man. And guess what? There ain't nothing scarier than a man that's crashing out. Let's just keep it a buck. So when we see a homegirl or a sister or a cousin that is dealing with an ain't-ish man, right? And she's venting to us about it, and we're like, you mean to tell me you saw that this dude wasn't ish and you still proceeded to entertain his BS? Why wouldn't I call you stupid for that? Genuinely. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't clown on you for that. Because that's pathetic. If a man did it, it would have been seen, nobody would have found that attractive if a man did that. Everybody would have been clowning on the dude if they did that. But for women, it's far more acceptable because we like to pivot to trauma as an excuse. I'm sorry. I'm not sympathetic right now.
That's why
Skill issue.
I asked about the whole, why is it steady going back to trauma? Why is trauma the only thing that's being mentioned when a bad guy is involved?
Well, Mila, you missed the first hour of the show. I mentioned that
I was
I
on
was talking to
49
two
minutes
women
late.
earlier. Right? And I mentioned that there are women who grow up in good homes, because this one woman brought up the suburbs and the hood, right, or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
And she was like, "Hey, KJ, I gotta mute you. You always
My
got
bad.
background noise." All right, so shout outs to him, but he always got background noise. But anyway,
I'm in my
um
space shuttle. That's why.
that's
As you
what's up.
should be.
But yeah, shout outs to you, brother. But I mentioned that you got women who grew up in a good, home setting, and they still go for what they go for because it was different from what they saw. It's just different.
That was me.
Yeah. Oh,
I
right.
grew up in a predominantly YT neighborhood. I
Uh huh.
was adopted by a YT family. I did not grow up with my adopted family. So everything that I was taught by them, which was acceptance and everything else that follows behind that, I've never was like, oh, you can go outside and be with this person, or you can't go be with this person. They was open to everything, but I didn't do it until I got older.
But here's the accountability part, right? The accountability part is you went after that. Why'd you go after that? You know what I'm saying?
Because I thought it was fun.
Right.
I
So you know what
thought
happens,
that's
Mila?
what it was supposed to be at that given time until
What,
I turned like 19, 20 and was like, no.
right. So you know what happens often, Mila? Is that you'll hear women say that, and I want everybody to chime in. They'll say that, but then they'll say that they pulled a victim card out now, and it's like,
Oh,
well,
baby, I wasn't a victim because I was doing things I ain't had no business doing. Okay.
we'll see. We'll see. I'm
Listen, when
glad.
I was back then and I was doing my player stuff, I wasn't no victim either. I couldn't
I wasn't
Uh,
no victim. I'm not claiming no victim card. I wasn't no victim, and I wasn't no angel either.
there you go.
No victim here either.
Right.
Well, can I speak? Because I had to step away for a minute.
Yes, Angel. I'm sorry.
I think I should have also added maybe a level of neglect, maybe lack of parenting into that. And I say that because this is what's been proven, right, as far as the trauma thing and like the teachings that we get. And yeah, of course, there's always a chance that we're just like, I don't know, rebellious or just stubborn, want to just experience things on our own. There's all kinds of
Understatement.
situations. There's all kinds of situations, but I mean, the majority from what I've read and learned in school, like, and I've read tons of relationship books, is that they bring up that fact. It's like neglect, lack of training, and trauma. Like, that's what I've read is like the common denominator in these type of situations. I mean, I've got so many stories growing up, just different situations. As far as like the nice guy goes, the very first story that came to my mind, Fifth, when I read this was this gentleman that I dated. I think I was like 17 or 18, and he had his V card, right? And all these girls in town were like, I don't know how they found out. I think it was from his female cousin running her mouth. And we were dating. We were exclusive, young, whatever. And a lot of girls wanted to be the first one for him. And they did everything they possibly could to break up our, new friendship, relationship, whatever, just so they could be the first one. And then threw him to the curb. So,
I have a
I
question when
mean,
you're done, Angel. Go ahead.
that's pretty much it. Like I said, that's the very first story that came to my mind that I thought of because it was very sad. I really liked him. I thought he was a good person, but just gossiping got him into a situation where he got taken advantage of and it ruined the rest of his life pretty much. So it was just kind of sad.
Skill issue on his part too.
So, Angel, come off mute real quick so we can have like a one-on-one. Okay. Angel, I'm not trying to pick you apart, but I just need to go to this word.
Go to
Angel,
a word.
yes, a word that you said.
Okay.
That
Oh, the gullible word.
yeah.
I stand on that. Come on, bring it.
So I'm going to read the definition. So the definition of gullible is someone who is easily deceived, tricked, or fooled because they are too trusting. A gullible person often believes information without questioning it making them vulnerable to scams of manipulation.
Yep.
That doesn't mean nice. And guess what, Angel? You could be that too. Not you specifically, but I'm saying you as a woman in general in any relationship, whether you are nice or not. Right?
Okay, but I didn't say that meant nice. What I said is that word should be replaced with that word nice should be replaced with gullible, because you can have a manipulative person that is nice too, right? It's usually these nice guys that are, as you put, finishing last because they are getting taken advantage of.
Well, let's read the definition of nice. Pleasant, agreeable, satisfactory, or kind.
Mm-hmm.
So wouldn't a man want a woman who's pleasant, agreeable, and kind?
I don't know. We'd
You
have
don't
to
know?
ask. We'd
You
have to
don't
ask
know?
each man, right?
I'll answer it.
I would say yeah.
Thank you, Mila. You answered it
But
for
nobody
me.
want no disrespectful woman.
Right.
No man or woman want nobody disrespectful.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I said in my original response to the question. That
Hey, Beyond
overall, we should be, or I feel like we want love and kindness and niceness in our partner, right?
Mm-hmm.
But when I say I don't know, because you've got people out here that are looking for, like Lovely brought up, they might just be looking for excitement and fun or whatever. Like they're not even looking for a long-term partner. They're looking for a good time. They're looking for excitement. So to answer that question, what all men want, like what are they looking for? Are they looking for a partner? Or are they looking for a good time? Like what are we talking about?
Well, Angel, stay right there. Do you think somebody could be bad and be gullible?
The likelihood of that is very low.
Interesting. Hey, did y'all hear me when I talked about a man being an attack dog for women?
Yeah.
I heard
Okay.
part of it.
Yeah.
I came in
Okay.
the middle of it.
Cool. I don't mind going back to it. Shout outs to Angel. The reason why I mention that is because when that could be gullible too. You say, hey, that man did what? What? So then he run off. Don't even ask what happened. He just already going off. That's gullible too. So I get what you're saying, Angel, but the thing is, nice is not synonymous with gullible all the time.
Did you not hear anything I said?
I did.
Well, then I don't know why you're saying that.
Anybody else on the show? Am I bugging?
I think you
Not at
are.
all. Not
Because
at all.
I literally said that a manipulative person can also be nice. So I'm not
If
sure
they're
why you're saying
if they're
that.
if they're manipulative, then they're not nice. They're just coming off as that just to get what they want.
But you don't realize sometimes that they are being
I'm about to roll,
manipulative
y'all. I don't know
because
what
they
this
come off
combo
as
is. It's
being
just
nice.
weird.
So they're playing a part.
Why'd she leave?
I don't know. I mean, maybe she took it offensive, but
All I said,
we're
all I,
just
s-
having a conversation, you know.
I didn't even say nothing crazy this time. I just said that
No,
wasn't being nice.
no,
Not
I
this
don't,
time. Hey, man, you gotta stop.
No.
I don't know what happened. Maybe she thought she was being attacked. I'm not attacking her. We're just having a conversation about.
They always feel
Well,
like they're
I
being
think
I ain't
it's
gonna
attacked.
lie,
because
she's coming at you a little crazy.
she was coming a little sideways a little bit, but it was you caught it and you corrected it in the nicest way possible. But I will say, Fifth, she was saying what you were saying just backwards.
Okay.
Yeah, she had the wrong words, right wording. I mean, wrong words, and then everything else was just It had something to do with the prompt, but it was just worded wrong. I'm just put it that way. But Meerkat, you were talking.
Yeah. Somebody who's manipulative can come off as being nice because they're manipulative. They're playing a part. They have a side and a part, or they see something they want, whether it's a good thing or a bad thing, they want it, and they are well versed in knowing how to manipulate the situation, manipulate you, play their part, and come off as being super nice. I've had some ex-friends like that. They nice until they weren't. And it was like, oh my God, who are you? That happens too. I was going to what KJ was saying, I think. I guess it's KJ. Yeah, what KJ was saying.
All I was saying was that just because they come across as nice doesn't actually make them nice.
Right,
When I'm
I
talking,
agree with that.
when I'm talking of, I think of a nice guy. I'm thinking of a guy that's so overly kind and so overly selfless that he has no spine or backbone when it
Yes.
comes to enforcing his own boundaries. That's what comes to mind when I think of a nice guy. I don't think of a narcissist that's playing a role in order to get what they want out of you.
No, that's right. I agree.
So, I
My
mean,
my dad was a super nice man. My mother wore the pants. Okay, my siblings, we did not care for the way our mother addressed our dad, talked to our dad. One side she was really nice. They were married for 100 years. But I think that's why I was kind of attracted to the Marlboro men or the bad boys, is because my dad was nice and he let my mom he was passive. He wasn't even passive aggressive. He was just passive. He would just sit there and she would just like, blah, 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 and we didn't respect her because the way her mouth and what's in your heart comes out your mouth. The Bible talks about that. The abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. So if you listen to someone, you're going to see what is in their heart. And my mother, I love my mom. She passed away past June. And my dad, the one time, y'all, this is funny. The one time my dad stood up to my mother he had to be on some steroids because of a medical issue he was going through. Y'all, they talked about separating, and my mom and dad had never, ever approached that subject at all. Never, ever. They had never gotten that bad. But my dad finally just let my mom have it, and we were like, yes, finally, But it was because the steroids dug something deep down that he had repressed. I don't know. Anyway, but I think y'all were talking about passive men and that sort of stuff. And I'm thinking back, my dad was passive. He was passive. He was a nice man. He helped anybody. But my mom she just had a strong personality. And I never wanted to be like that. I did not like my mother. I loved my mother, but I did not like her, if that makes sense.
Let's talk about the chivalrous aspect of it, because sometimes a guy could be too chivalrous for a woman. You know what I'm saying? You'd be surprised.
Yeah.
He's a little too giving, a little too
life.
caring. What you think about that, Angie?
I think it's a foreign thing to them also. It's a foreign thing when a man is kind of like that. It's like, wait a minute, what? They don't feel good, because they're not, I think they have maybe not grow up with that, or it was twisted. We talk about our past a lot, how we grew up,
I ain't grow up with it. I'm gonna accept it. I'm gonna take all that in respectfully.
Yeah.
I can't speak for everybody else. Somebody nice come around me, like a genuine nice person, I'm gonna look to cultivate that relationship and see where it can go genuinely. But Fifth, repeat what you said.
No, I was saying like you have some men who and Beyonda, when you're ready to speak, just speak, okay? Because you said you had background noise. But yeah, no, I was saying that the chivalry aspect, like you have a lot of women who are asking for chivalry, right? That's not a bad thing, but sometimes I've seen women say a man was too nice because of the chivalry that he displayed was probably too much, for their taste,
I
you
ain't
know.
never heard of that in my life. You listen, y'all ever heard of that donkey of the day?
Yeah,
Yeah, donkey of the
Power
day need to be
105,
given
Breakfast
out to
Club.
whoever the hell when chivalry is already dead. Whoever said it was too much for them. That's why it's dead.
Yeah. Yeah, well, a lot of men will say that women are the ones that bodied it. You know what I mean? Not all women, but the women
Majority.
who have the loudest voice. That
Yep,
is,
I agree.
and so
The definition of look up the definition of chivalry. Chivalry.
chivalry.
Yeah, would you look that definition up, please?
Yeah,
Because I want to know the definition. I have an idea of what it is, but I may not even be correct.
Fifth, don't tell me you got Webster's dictionary sitting next to your table.
no, I just got another phone.
Nah, don't
Sounds
fry
like a
me right
book.
now.
I just got another phone next to me.
I'm just messing with you.
So, chivalry back then and chivalry what we know today is going to be different. Okay, so chivalry is a medieval system of knightly conduct emphasizing honor, bravery, courtesy, and generosity. So we could take the honor, bravery, courtesy, and generosity and apply that to the chivalry that we know of today. And obviously, displays of chivalry. If a woman if a woman falls, a man's gonna run over to help pick her back up. If a woman needs if somebody's on the street, homeless and they need money, you're displaying chivalry by giving them like $1 or $2 or whatever, right? Whatever it is. Courteous, you're giving people common courtesy. That's chivalry. Everyone should have chivalry.
That
It's
makes
not just a
sense.
man thing.
That clarifies the term that you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
I like that.
Right. I mean, and then other words for it: polite behavior, gracious.
So is it
Having
nice?
integrity,
It would
having
be.
integrity, high moral character, formal politeness. Those are all good things.
So is that nice? Would that describe a nice man, or could it be a combination of a little bad boy with a a nice guy with a little bad boy because he's learned how to be chivalrous?
Well, I don't see anything of a bad boy here per se in that, because I mean, I don't know. Usually, bad boy is not synonymous with courteous or honorable. So that's why I have to take the bad guy away from that.
All right, that makes sense. Thank you.
Right. But I think let's talk about what's perceived and what the misconception is. I think the misconception is that a nice guy is a soft guy and that being chivalry is soft. But there's nothing soft about being chivalrous.
Not when you describe it like a knight back in medieval times.
Right.
I love movies that are that era. Excalibur, King Arthur, all those King, Queen. I love those movies. Game of Thrones. I mean, of course, that's maybe not accurate, but those type things. Vikings. I like Vikings. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, I would say, speaking on the chivalry thing, I would say that it's not common these days for the newer generation because they're not taught it. I'm not gonna say it's dead. I don't feel like it's dead, but I would
When
just
we
say
say newer
it's not
generation,
common.
which generations are we talking about? After
Oh,
the
baby, I'm talking about
millennials?
after 2010.
Well,
Angie, the
baby,
generation that you living in.
nah, baby, because I'm Gen Z. and you could put me right there with the millennials. The millennials is messing up the dating market right now. It's not Gen Z. We just started dating, okay?
No, that's why I said I'm gonna put it at 2000. After 2010, I have not seen a lot of men show much respect for women as much as I
The
did before.
millennials messed it up. They messed it up. They are the current dating market right now. Gen X, you know, they did what they did, but the
Yeah.
millennials did it. I blame the millennials.
But Angie, every generation blames the generation before them. That's nothing new.
Yeah, that's like they said. Oh,
But Gen Z and
my
millennials
grandparents
were
messed it
raised
up
together for the most part. I don't know what the millennials was doing though. We only like barely 10 years apart. Like
Well,
the cutoff
I'm
for the cutoff for the
mhm.
millennials is 1997. So
uh
what was y'all doing?
well, Angie,
Well, I was
I'm
born in 92, so
right.
everything that I seen back then, all the way up to 2010, was all respect. Anything after 2010, it was blatant disrespect. So
I
that's
could
why
agree
I
with that.
said
I could agree with that. My bad.
that's why I said it started in 2010. Chivalry ended for me per se in 2010. I can't speak for nobody else.
You
No
know,
woman that I have ever come across after 2010 has been respected as much as they did back then.
this cause they stopped singing in the rain in the music videos. I'm telling you.
Boy, you better go turn on some Boyz II Men, Sammy,
Yeah.
Bow Wow. You better go turn
Carl
on
Thomas.
something.
Yeah.
Carl Thomas, yeah.
Carl
The Rat
Thomas.
Pack.
Go
The
turn
Rat
it on.
Pack. D Martin and all them.
You better go find you some
new
Genuine,
edition.
Tank, and
New
You're
Tyrese.
heavy on it. Y'all don't mind me. I play too much.
new edition.
You better
But
go find you some Al Green in them.
right.
Exactly.
Marvin
Keep
Gaye.
them
Yeah.
coming. Keep them coming. I like me some Tevin Campbell.
Look, you better go find you some Teddy Pendergrass.
Turn them off.
Now you want to go back? We gonna go back.
And light a
Yeah, listen, I ain't going that far back now.
Oh Lord, y'all.
You're my latest, my greatest inspiration.
That's it. I'm telling you, that's all you need.
We'll see. I get what's going on. But yeah, the thing is that I think sometimes is for the most part it's what's presented, it's what's promoted. And yes, we all know that the title is the title for a reason because we've heard this as a pop culture reference. Nice guys finish last.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So there's nothing wrong with the prompt. Most people understand what I'm talking about, And so it's the perception of what a nice guy is perceived to be, soft. Like KJ mentioned, when he thinks of nice guys and the way, people say it, oh, he's a pushover, he's gonna let somebody walk all over him, he don't stand for nothing, But then here's the thing, right? I've heard women that will come at guys like that, get with a guy, and then years later, miles later, now they're like, okay, well, I want to marry a nice guy now. I've had my fun with the bad boy.
That's what I said when I first came on.
Right. And
now that the nice
that's
guy
not
is gone,
fair.
you looking for him.
Right.
You don't give him a chance to be your second option. He should have been your first option, but you're not paying attention to what God is putting in your face.
But Mila, is that fair to the so-called nice guy though?
No, it's not. That's what I'm saying. It's not
Yeah.
nice.
I think some bad boys can change over time as they get older and they mature. I think they can become the chivalrous that, was lost out on because they realized, looking around and they're older, they're not that spry, young, 10 feet tall, bulletproof man that they were younger years. And they looking around, they're like alone, and they like, this is not helping me out any.
Hold on, Meerkat, let me tell you this. My husband, Matthew Fifth, I already told you this. I don't know I think Angie was on the panel when I said it. My husband was one of the toughest Chicago thug dealers you can ever deal with.
Yeah.
Okay. So when I tell you this man went from street tough to military tough to melting like putty in my hands.
Wow.
Do you hear me? A
Yeah.
change is possible. It's definitely possible.
I think he received love from you, or he learned that maybe you showed him what deep down he's been missing all of his life, and you enlightened him just by who you were. That was you, or who he wants. You want that. He wants
Because I
that.
tell everybody I'm not changing just because we're in a relationship. I'm gonna be me and you gonna be you. And if I can help you change who you want to be, by the time you accept what you want to be, what you need to be,
Yeah,
then that's fine with me.
I think it's
But just
growth.
know I'm not doing it on my own. It takes two.
I think it's growth. I think people grow. I don't think it's so much change. I think it's they become a better version of their self, because it's taken time for those walls to be knocked down from why they even had walls to begin with.
Yep. Hey, Soul Survivor, welcome to the panel.
Hey guys, how are you? How are you, Fifth? How you
Hey.
doing?
I'm good. How you doing?
All good, my lovely. All good. Just
Yeah,
interesting
yeah.
topic.
Oh yeah. I've been waiting for you to come up here again. Mhm.
I know. I'm so sorry, my love. Honestly, I do
told you this
try.
the
I
only
do.
long distance relationship he doing.
Oh, bless you, bless you.
This my.
Interest.
Go
on.
ahead, Soul Survivor. Go ahead.
No, you go. You go. You were about to say something. I rudely
Yeah,
interrupted.
I was gonna say this is my London love right here.
Oh, that's so sweet.
There you go. He said it himself.
I'm gonna go
All
on
right.
mute and let you speak. That's okay. He want to hear you talk.
Oh, that's so kind.
Hey, oh, real quick. Hey, Angie, you gotta go?
Yes. Thank you so much for having me. I
Hey,
appreciate you all.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Angie.
Nice to meet
I got a
you.
very interesting topic, and Mila's gonna be my co-host for it. It was her idea.
Oh yeah, you gotta be on time for this.
I'm gonna be there.
All right.
Everybody gotta be on time. I
I'ma be
need
there.
everybody's opinion.
Yeah, it's gonna be a little controversial, all right?
All right, let me pray before I get up in there then.
And don't judge me either. Don't judge me either, okay?
You know? But
Say
I'll see y'all on
right
Thursday.
now.
All right, then, Angie.
Bye. Have a good next
All right.
few days.
Later. See
See you
y'all.
later.
So we were talking about I'm sure you've heard this before. I mean, this is just a pop culture reference, right? Do nice guys finish
Yeah.
last? We've heard that all the time, right?
Yeah.
So the prompt is, do nice guys really finish last, or
Yeah.
are they just not attractive? Go ahead, Soul Survivor.
Okay, so I've got. Okay, this is just my opinion, guys. Okay, and I'm basing it off of my own experience because that's all I can really talk about. And generally speaking, I think when you're younger, and you meet up with guys, I think you do look for a bad guy. I think that whole attraction of the bad guy, he's the coolest dude in town, and rough as hell probably. But when you're younger, you have that mentality, I think, and that attraction towards those kind of guys. But I think as you grow older and you start to really see that, oh my gosh, like what the hell am I actually doing? Because those guys are not your forever guys. They're going to be your interim. And life is a journey. I truly believe life is a journey. And you probably need to go through the frogs to meet your prince. And then you learn. I think you eventually learn. And I think every woman ultimately, I think at the end will want to settle for the nice guy because they'll be done with the rude boys, they'll be done with this. In the UK, we call them, what do we call them? Street guys. Like, what do we call them, T?
Blokes.
Yeah, blokes, but they're called something. There's a term, roadman. So we have this thing in the UK where we call them roadmen even. Sorry, I've got my daughter with me. Like, she's 18, so she's listening in as well, and she's like, I want to say something. So I was okay. Wait your turn. But so yeah, I just think everyone goes through a journey, and I don't necessarily think that the nice guys end up last. But generally speaking, I think women, when they're younger, are attracted by that rude guy nature, and eventually comes a point where they're like, you know what, I don't really want that. I want a nice guy. And I don't know, maybe that means that sometimes the nice guys are just and I feel quite sad saying it, but kind of waiting around until they meet their person. But it's an individual thing, I think, Fifth. Um, I think it's a really individual thing. Like, I wouldn't say that a nice guy wouldn't meet their person younger on or earlier on in life. It depends. It's all about the connection. And if the nice guy meets the nice girl that wants that at that time, boom, they're done. But generally speaking, I would say, just from my own experience, that I think that, yeah, I went through all the rude guys when I was younger. I did that, and I thought I was cool because I was hanging with somebody that was a road man, and then slowly you do learn, and you just think, nah, this isn't really what I want. Especially when you're looking to settle down, when you're looking to settle down, have kids, have a family. You don't want no road man. Do you know what I mean? You don't want that. You want someone that's got their head together. You want someone that's in it. You want someone that's gonna take care of responsibility. So I think people change their mindset, and their needs and their wants change over time. If that makes sense, guys. I don't know.
But so I mean, this is what the nice guy, the so-called nice guy, has a platform, and this is what he is saying. This is just from me being a fly on the wall and listening to some of these young men talk. Who were once young men who now grow up in age, right? And that
Yeah.
is that it's not fair to them that what is now coming to them is the woman that rejected them because they were nice, and now they come back to them. They got more miles on their body, and you know what I mean.
True. Very true.
They've given the bad guys, as you called it earlier, the best years of their life, and now all of a sudden it's time for me to settle down and get this nice guy. A lot of those nice guys are tired of that.
Yeah. I hear.
What do you say to that, Soul?
Yeah, I hear you, and I totally agree with you. But I honestly think to myself that if you're gonna get with somebody as a nice guy, with somebody that's kind of okay being with a roadman, and later on wants to have you, I think you're better off not going there, if you get my drift. Like, as a nice guy, because like I said to you, I think people evolve in what they want, and eventually you realize, and I think there comes a maturity with everyone, not just women, with men as well, that, you know what, this is what we want to do. And I hear you, and I do feel that you're quite right in what you're saying. Like, the nice man doesn't want to eventually have that person that's done the whole thing and now finally decides, oh, well, I want a nice guy now. But the reality is that, though, Fifth, I'm just being honest, the reality is that. But that's
Very
not
true.
yeah, but that's not to say that there are not nice girls out there. There are even, back when you meet people, it's not to say that there aren't nice girls out there. But I think life is an adventure, and I think you've got to realize that, as we grow, as we entertain life and we grow, we want adventure, we want spice, we want all of these kind of crazy things that happen, which is a journey, and everyone goes through that journey. There are nice girls. We could flip it as well, Fifth, right? We could flip it as well. Or saying that there are nice girls that don't want to be with those roadmen. Yeah, they're nice girls. They want to settle down. But there are guys out there that aren't even available to that sort of a level as well. So it's it works both ways, I would say. And I think as long as you get to a point, as long as you get to a point where you meet somebody, because you've mentally got to be ready for that too, right? If you're gonna meet a nice guy when you're someone still out there looking for the cool dude, the guy that's got a bit of rough edges, you don't. A good guy really doesn't want to be there, because it's not gonna end out well for them. So there has to be a right time when I think it works either way, whether it's a male or a female. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Well, but I think with women it's looked at differently. From man to women, I think it's more so about physical attraction for the men, because if a woman looks good, this is kind of a man's poison, right? A woman could look good and she could have an attitude and be nasty and stank, and then he'll still take her because of how she physically looks, right? So it's not so much of her being nice or mean, because men will definitely take a nice woman who's beautiful. It's really just kind of a looks thing. But I think, and men are not turned off by a woman because she's nice to them. I think what it is that when it comes to women and what we're seeing and what's being taught is that women will say, and I've heard this. I recently had a friend of mine who a couple months ago went out on a date with this guy. She'd been talking to him for a couple weeks, months, no months actually, months to a year, knowing the guy. And then when they actually went on 2 dates, she was like, he's a good guy, but he's too nice. Now I'm not saying that's all women,
Yeah.
but I've heard that throughout my lifetime. I'm almost 40. I've heard that through my lifetime where
Yeah.
many women have said, "Oh, I like this guy, but he was too nice." And then I've had to always ask them, "Well, what do you mean by too nice?" And then a lot of them will kind of interpret it this way, that they felt that the guy was maybe he was too soft, not like like feminine soft, but just a little too passive, like Meerkat said earlier. You know, a little too kind. Kind of did
Yeah.
everything they wanted him to do. They wanted some pushback. They felt like the man that was too
Yeah.
nice because they didn't have any type of pushback.
Yeah.
But
But
also,
you just hit the nail on the head because you've
Mhm.
explained it from the girl's point of view as well, like from the guy's point of view as well. Like because you said just now, right, that most guys, whether they're nice girls or not, they don't care. They just want somebody that looks good. So for a girl, they don't really care whether the guy's a nice guy either. They want someone that's a dude, right? They want someone that they can say, yeah, like he's a bad guy, and I want that. I'm with this guy. Like you said, it works both ways. Even the guys would say the same thing. They don't care if the girl's a really nice girl at that time because that's the time of life we're in, you know? So that's why I'm saying it works both ways. Even guys will feel that like they don't care if she's like kind-hearted, realistic, responsible, got her head on her shoulders. They just want a babe that looks good, right? Same with girls at that point of your life where a girl would be the same. Like, I just want a guy that's a bit rough around the edges. He's got a reputation. Everyone's kind of a bit scared of him because he's not, he's one of these guys, like rough guys. And girls go for that too. So it works both ways. But I think what it comes down to is the timing of your life. Because when you're younger, you will be attracted to that. Guys will be attracted to the most beautiful women because they're not thinking ahead or thinking, I want a good woman that I'm going to settle with. And girls don't think like that when you're younger. It's all a matter of time in life, and life is a journey, and it's experiences that teach you eventually what it is you really want. And if you don't go through these relationships, Fifth, right, of either having a bad guy or whatever, how do you ever know what is good unless you've experienced what's bad?
well, let's speak to that, Soul. And I'm gonna get to everybody else, but Soul's just coming up, so I'm just giving her like the rundown. So here's the thing, Soul. If you know better, you do better, right? There are a lot of, well, you should. That's the perception, right? But you know that there are a lot of women who know better and still choose the latter, but then complain when the results are what they are and it does not go in their favor. And then they play the victim card. So that is problematic when that is the path to coming to the realization that you shouldn't have been with the guy. If you already know that you shouldn't have been with such guy, then you get with the guy, and then you complain about the guy. Kids come from that too. So what happens is, sadly, in some cases, women have had kids with the bad guy, but then want the stepfather to be the good guy.
Yeah, true.
Speak to that.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. And I think, that's very true. That's reality. That's what happens, right? That completely happens. I see it happen all the time. But the thing is, the thing I would say to you, look, I went through my first relationship, and I knew It took 10 years though, bro. It took 10 years for me to actually look at this person and think, is this somebody? He was this like rude boy, but he was kind. He was nice to me and everything else. But there were a lot of red flags, a lot of red flags. And it took me a long time because I had rose colored glasses. I had this whole like, you know what, maybe I can change him. Right. So you have, you women also have that kind of way of thinking. And it took me a long time to sit there and say, do you know what? Actually, I'm done. This is not what I want. And that's why I keep going back to the same point that maturity is a thing, you know, life experience is a thing. And you do eventually get to a point where you're like, do you know what? I don't think that, you know, like you say, like when people get with somebody and then they know that they shouldn't have gone there, that's a big problem. That's stupidity in my eyes, right? It happens. I'm not saying it doesn't. It does. It happens. But to me, that's stupidity. It took me 10 years, but I did eventually say, you know what? I know that this is not good for me. This person is not good for me. It's not something that's going to make me happy. And I did the sensible thing at the time because why? I was much more mature 10 years on to when I first met him. So my first few years, even though he was doing all the shit he could have possibly done, you know,
Language, soul.
sorry, my love. I still was like, you know what, maybe I can change him, or maybe it's not that bad. You know, you think like that. But it took me a long time. And what happened? I matured. I realized, and I started thinking, is this really somebody that I want to have? That's going to be the father of my children? And I walked away. But I agree with you, the women or the men that go into relationships knowing this is not good, and then you have children, and then you're looking for the nice guy, that's unfair because you knew what you were going into and you had the opportunity to walk away and you didn't. So in my view, there's a saying, right? You made your bed, now lay in it. As harsh as that sounds, but that, to me, that's what I think, because I knew when it came to what I went through that I had to walk away because I just didn't want to. I didn't see that as my future. I didn't see that as something that was going to make me happy. And he wasn't the nice guy that I wanted. It took me time to realize that, though. And that's life.
All right. Thank you, soul.
No
I'm gonna come
worries.
back to you. Let me get
No worries,
to
my love.
let me get to my friend. She's back on TikTok. Lena.
Hey, how are you?
Hey, soul. Can you mute up? There's background noise. Okay.
Yeah,
Some
yeah, no
echoing.
worries.
Yeah,
No
yeah.
worries.
Okay. Lena.
Hey. Yeah,
Lena, hold on before we go.
I wanted to,
Lena.
I was going to address what you came in my live and said.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Lena. Go ahead.
Okay. No, I was going to let you know, I took a break away, but in that break, I realized that, especially when I had tons and tons of people messaging me, you know, just asking me where I was and things like that, and how people are saying like they look forward to it. It lets me know that it confirmed to me that the assignment that God has given to me and the reason why I go live in the first place. As a believer, as a follower of Christ, sometimes we have a hard time going into places where we can actually feel the love of Christ and feel the Holy Spirit flowing through the room. And without the arguing, without the bashing, without the chaos, sometimes we just want to go in and be edified and actually experience edifying conversations, spiritual growth, revelation, and many other things. So when Christ put that on my heart, I said, okay, I'll come back. But I am going to be mindful about the spaces I go into and the conversations I participate in, because I do have to be mindful and guard my ear gates and eye gates. So, so I may not be in certain rooms, participating in certain conversations, really, if it does not glorify the Father. If it's not glorifying God, there's nothing there for me. I try to support people, even if they're not as disciplined as me when it comes to having conversations regarding God. I'll try to support, but once the Holy Spirit kicks in and tells me to get my butt up out of that room, I will be dipping out. So, but yeah, that's what I had to say to your comment earlier.
Yeah, understood. I kind of figured that without you actually telling that. But I'm glad you're back. But I do understand that because me myself, I'm not in people's lives like that on here. I figured that out very early. A lot of rage bait, but what I do is a purpose too. So I do understand what you're talking about, Lena. I do. I was almost done with social media uh, last year altogether, and I mean every platform. I almost quit doing a podcast. With Zacchaeus, and me and him been doing that since 2017. So I understand, and not quitting. God has put in my heart new ideas going forward. So that has also led to me being on here and other things that I have in the works that haven't happened yet. Okay. So I know for some, they don't see it yet, and it's going to be like a slow burn, but I'm trusting God and I'm trusting the process. So I definitely understand that, Lena. All right. So I'm going to go to the topic. Do nice guys really finish last, or are they just not attractive? What do you think, Lena?
No, it's not that they finished last, because the scripture says that who is last is first. I think that they just lack discernment. Every time I hear the saying, go where you celebrate it, not where you tolerate it.
Mm-hmm.
Stop being so open, so given to these women. Stop placing expectations on ungodly women and expecting godly things, godly outcomes. When you're dealing with women of the world, you're gonna get worldly outcomes. That's when you see the women who divorce you because you lost your job, and the women who stepping outside the marriage and doing a whole bunch of ungodly things. You have to discern when a woman is there for you because she sees you as a paycheck, or she sees you as somebody that she can control. When we talk about the Jezebel spirit, a lot of people like to say Jezebel spirit, this person got the Jezebel spirit. A Jezebel spirit and a lustful spirit are two different things. Jezebel was all about control and manipulation, right? The nice guys lack discernment. And because they're so in awe of a woman's beauty, they can be controlled and manipulated, right? So I think that that's typically what it is. Stop serving women who are not willing to serve you in return. And I think that's just what it is. It doesn't have to do anything about your attractiveness, because attractiveness is subjective. I think that everybody ugly to somebody. That's just the bottom line of it. But yeah, find a woman that's gonna think you the finest man on earth. And find a woman who's willing to serve you in the way that you're willing to serve her. That's all I have to say.
All right. Is it Keithan Banks? How am I say your name?
You got it right, bro.
All right. So how you doing, Keithan? I just like to explain the rules to people who are new on my panel, right? And that is no cursing, no foul language. Keithan, the topic is, do nice guys really finish last, or are they just not attractive? What do you think, brother?
I think nice guys do finish last because nice doesn't qualify you for anything. Being nice doesn't qualify you for a woman or a wife. It just doesn't. You can be nice. Even evil people know how to be nice, so it doesn't qualify you for it. But I do think those nice guys do finish last because they're trying to present something. You got to have the correct currency, right? You can't go in Subway with Monopoly money and try to buy a Subway sandwich just because it looks like money, but it's not real money. So I think the currency uh, is off. You can't go looking for a woman just being nice, right? You can't look for a wife just being nice because that's not going to get you the wife that you want. It'll get you taken advantage of. It will lure you, right? So I think the currency is off. It's not about being nice, and I think that's too many. Not too many, but men can predicate their discovery upon being nice. You know what I'm saying? Their presentation is, oh, I'm a nice guy. Okay, so what does that mean? You're nice. That's cool. All right, what's next? So it's not the right currency. You got to have the right currency when you're finding a wife, because you'll come back with something on the discount rack. I'll
Okay. Keaton, did you land your plane? My bad, or did you just go on mute?
Yeah, I'm done, bro. Thanks.
Oh, okay. We'll get back to you. Lady T. How you doing, Lady T?
Hi, I'm doing okay. How are you?
All
Hey,
right.
everyone.
Always appreciate it when you come back on here. So you see the prompt. I'm sure you've heard this question. I'm sure you've heard this quote many a times. Because this is a pop culture reference. Do
Yes.
nice guys really finish last, or are they just not attractive? What do you think, Lady T?
I find they don't finish last, and you know what? A nice guy could be very attractive. The thing is I think they just don't understand there's many types of women out there, and that they should like do their research before they decide to get into a relationship with anyone. The thing is, in life we like go through our life lessons, and you are not like you'll end up going and rather dating the worst of the worst, or mildly worse, or good, or but it's all the life lesson. And the thing is to know your boundaries and know thyself, and then when you look for a woman, look for the qualities that is within yourself. It's so I just find that just don't go for just anyone, right? So maybe they're just naive, or they just don't know the types. So I don't find they just do like last. It's just many people are just unhealed in the world, and so they find that they may feel as if they are finishing last in that possibility, but when really and truthfully is that if they took the time to really get to know somebody, and then realize is that when this person is not good for them, they just walk away instead of like torturing themselves, then they would be better off. Because there's like so many people in this world, and not everybody's for everyone. And I find like people will just go into relationships and expect it to be, this is the one, but really and truthfully, they may have to just wait, they may be even in another country. They may be somewhere. You might even have to go through like a certain amount of relationships to actually appreciate and to not be naive, and that's what every single person on this face of the earth have to learn, especially when it comes to relationships.
Hey, Beyonda, you finally ready?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Beyonda, do nice guys really finish last, or are they just not attractive? Beyonda, you have the floor.
Uh, um, well, I would say back then, that wasn't always the case. I feel like a lot of nice guys got, married and had a family and whatnot. They finish last now because women aren't nice anymore. You know what I mean? So like a lot of women aren't considered nice, and so they need a man like a pit bull or something to put them in their place, And what they're getting from a lot of guys in society is that a lot of guys are like, seen as soft now. And so they do finish last because of that. And then I feel like if a guy was attractive enough and he was nice, I get him in the door because he's attractive, like physically, I guess. But if you didn't have any, like having other attributes other than just like being attractive is nice, I guess. But if your personality is like, nonchalant and like, very calm or whatever, a lot of girls will think that's like, nice and boring. Yeah, I would say that, I think, if that makes any sense.
Earlier there were women on the panel, like very early in the show, the first hour, that were saying that nice guys are, the presentation of what's conceived to be a nice guy is that he's boring, he's soft, and he really doesn't add any excitement to the relationship. But then they mention the things that does add excitement to the relationship, and those can be deemed as toxic. They mention, some women want a man who they don't know what time he coming home. He's not consistent. He's not always caring and sharing, and he's a mystery. He keeps them guessing, and that could be perceived in many different ways.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say that a lot of women, because I was gonna say that a lot of women are starting to be more masculine, and so they need a hyper masculine man to put them in their place. But a lot of guys don't want to do that. So what happens is these men will get with her for recreational use only. Give her the illusion that she can attract good men, but then later on in life, when she's like no options left, she will resort to the nice guy. And if that nice guy, and since the nice guy is like not like desirable in totality, because he can't get anyone else, he'll settle for that girl. So it's kind of like a two-way street. It's the guy's fault, but also her fault for not having discernment and choosing the guy who is good for her future rather than just having fun.
So beyond are you referring to the day-old quote of when a woman says, "I need a man who could handle me"?
Yeah, like see, oh man, I hate that. It's like handle. I didn't know that I was a zoo tamer. I shouldn't have to go into. I shouldn't have to go into. I shouldn't have to go into a dating marketplace with a tranquilizer, a taser, and all. No, I handle nothing. You're if you're an adult human being and you're a female, you should be able to handle your own stuff without me having to handle it for you. I'm not a beast tamer. So when they say that, they can have all that. That's a red flag. Red flag.
Yeah, but sometimes, Beyonda, I feel like when a woman is telling, well, no, that's different. Never mind. Proceed.
Can I just jump in there, Fifth? Is that okay?
Go ahead, Soul Survivor.
It's open. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So, you know what? Just having this conversation with you guys, there's something that kind of jumped in my mind, and that is that I think it's about balance, right? I think a lot of people in their life, they want the nice person. They want the niceness, the honesty, the loyalty, the respect. They want all of these nice attributes in a partner, but they also want the excitement, right? They also want oh, that's fun, that's exciting. And so when you talk about the nice person being left to last, are we talking about somebody that's a drip that has nothing else but, oh yes, I'll just pick up I'll open the door, I'll do, because nobody wants that. Let's be real. I mean, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong for saying that, but most people, I think, look for a balance in their relationships. They want the kindness, they want that respect, loyalty, and everything else. So the nice, when we talk about nice can cover all of these different attributes, right? So we would, generally speaking, as normal kind of human beings, would want those nice things. But I do think that there has to be an element of fun, an element of excitement. So I think a lot of it comes down to balance. And until you don't find the balance, I think, within your person, you're going to struggle. And the nice man's going to struggle. The nice woman's going to struggle, unless you find somebody like-minded like yourself.
Well, I've been the nice guy, and I realized that women don't want the nice guy. They want the bad boy. They want the excitement, because I'm gonna tell you something. The nice guy is boring. He's consistent, right? He's patient. He's also manly, right? He knows what he wants. He has direction, order, structure, and discipline. That's not women. These American women, that's not what they want. Because me being the nice guy, you know what women told me? Oh, you make me nervous. Oh, you're like a man. This is stuff that women told me. and they also told me, hold on, let me finish. They also told me,
I can't wait to say what I'm going to say, but go on.
They also told me, they said, oh, you need to tone that down. I'm like, tone it down? It's like I'm a man. I'm a man. I'm stoic.
Yeah.
I'm stoic, right? I'm a man. I'm older in age now, right? So things look different for me. And this is one thing I've learned. You have to be willing to walk away from the thing that you want. And so that that helped me out so much when it came to dating, because if you're afraid to lose it, you'll do anything to keep it. And it made me realize that these women do not want a mature man. They want boys.
You know what, Fifth? I'll say one thing to you. I think I genuinely, just from knowing you, a short time that I've known you in the conversation, how you speak and everything, you definitely come across like the nice guy, right? But that's not to say that you don't have a level of fun and excitement to you, because you clearly do as well, right? And that's what I was saying, that it comes down to balance, because every woman will eventually want to have that nice man, right? That has respect and does all of those nice things for them. But every woman is also going to want some fun and excitement in their life, as well as it would be from a man's point of view. A man is going to want a woman that's going to be there, doing stuff around the house for them. Like, I mean, I'm not being a feminist here, guys. Don't get me wrong. But just a general, and I'm not talking about roles here, but guys will appreciate women that cook their favorite dinner for them for a while. When they come home, will do nice things, and be feminine and do nice things, as much as a woman would expect the same from the man if she was the working woman, kind of thing. Yeah, it all comes down to balance. I think we all have it within ourselves to be nice people, but I also think that sometimes when you're a nice person, maybe you don't show the fun and the excitement as well, because if you did that, oh my God, to a woman, that's a jackpot. You've got your nice gentleman that's going to do all the lovely, respectful things that you want them to do, but they've got some fire in them, and that's why I think it's about balance. And Fifth, I think you have that anyway. So it's all well and good you say you're a nice guy. I hear you, and I think 100% I can imagine that. I've never met you, by the way, but I can imagine that you would be that kind of a person. But I also feel that you would have that little bit of a fire and excitement that would keep a girl interested, because nobody wants a boring relationship. Neither the man, neither the woman, right? It's both ways. So that's kind of where I'm coming from. It's about balance.
I think this is a different, I'm throwing something else in there, but I think deep down women don't want a man that'll just let her tell him what to do. I think women want a man to say, look, you were wrong, or not in a mean, hateful way, but I think I don't want a man to just let me tell him. I'm not the type person that'll tell a man what to do. I make suggestions, but I don't tell them what they're going to do or else. I'm not like that. I don't have that personality. But I don't want, like Michael and I, we are who we are. We allow each other to be who we are. We've been there, done that. He tells me when I'm wrong. I tell him when he's wrong. We choose the way we tell that, to be heard, you have to say it in a way that's going to be received, not like I'm controlling you, but this is why, or they're struggling, or to know when to be quiet. I think it just takes growth to get there. But I think deep down, even a woman who's an independent woman, if you want to classify it that way, they want someone who would stand up to her in a respectful way. I think you can do it respectfully. I think you can do it in a mean, abusive, controlling way. That's what I see also. Does that make sense?
Not in this country, though.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was about to say.
That's not how.
They make movies about that.
That's not what happens in this country with our women. I'm sorry, it does not.
I don't think it's any different in the UK where Soul's from.
Can I add something really quick?
Yeah, go ahead,
Nice.
Beyonda.
I feel like the word nice is like the definition has changed now. You know what I mean? A nice guy in 2026 isn't the same as a nice guy in 1990. Isn't the same thing, right? A nice guy in this age, you know, are considered like simps, pushovers. You know what I'm saying? Like they'll cater to the woman, over the top. Like that's a nice guy. So you know, isn't the same thing. I feel like back then it was so simple. Average men, average woman, nice guy, nice girl get married easy. Nothing crazy, right? But now we have nice guys, right? But we don't have nice women though. A lot of women don't know how to be nice. Or they're not pleasant to be around. They're insufferable in a lot of cases. Even some of these panels that I've been on, I'm like, yo, I never even met you. But you know, being on the phone, however many miles away we are from each other, I don't like you. Just from being on the panel. Present company excluded. I'm just saying in general. I've been on a lot of panels other than this one, and it's the same thing. It's like a lot of women just don't know how to be nice. And then, you know, Meerkat was talking about how, you know, a lot of women want a man to stand up to them, but like that shouldn't even be a thing. Stand up to them for what? Like if I get like a woman challenging me to a degree,
I don't
but
think it's
like,
about the challenge, Beyonder. I think it's the aggressiveness that the women like from the men.
well, yeah, exactly. But like they want the men to be like overly aggressive to put them in their place. I'm saying I'm not gonna do that. That's too much work. Why I gotta do that just because you're not operating in your feminine energy? That doesn't make any sense. I'm not
Well,
gonna
there's a
go out of
level.
my way to be hyper masculine just for you to be nice. That doesn't make any
It's a
sense.
it's a level of respect. I respect you enough to hurt your feelings because I care enough about you. To keep letting you just keep doing what you're doing, it's not good for you. I love you. I care about you. I respect you. It's just same with your children. You have to respect them enough and love them enough to hurt their feelings. Like at home, they might be the greatest thing in the world, but the world out there don't think they're the greatest thing, and they go out into the world with the attitude, "I'm the greatest thing since ice cream." And they get a hurtful, rude awakening that scars them. That
Oh, okay.
other
You're
people
talking about
don't.
holding them accountable.
That's
Yeah, no, I
right.
get that.
That's what I'm
Yeah.
talking. But there's men that are passive that just lets their women or the men or whatever, just
Well,
operate
well,
how they want to, and they're
well,
I don't
yes,
know if they're,
because it's taboo to say to a girl the truth. A lot of women can't handle the truth.
but they
So if I
really
say the
want.
truth,
I think deep down
if I say the truth,
they want a guy
now
to be that for to them and around them.
maybe, but like I just feel like the dynamic of how it is in modern day dating, a lot of women don't like being told no or being told the reality of their shortcomings.
But
That's
that's the
why it's
reason,
taboo. You get canceled for that.
right?
That's why it's
Because
like such a big deal to do it
Hold
today.
on,
I,
Meerkat. I know y'all going back and forth, but Lady T been waiting to say
I'm
something.
sorry. I land.
No, you're fine.
Thank you. I was just saying, when it comes to being nice, it doesn't mean weakness, and it doesn't mean that that they're not going to be accountable. Like I know some really strong, independent, smart, intelligent, nice men, and the thing is that they're so smart that they literally just focus on their goals, and they literally eventually find that woman. The thing is that there is some that are just very, very innocent in the mind, and they're very nice, and they're expecting the women that they go and they find to be what, when they were growing up, that's the woman. And then they end up finding really unhealed women or women that they can't deal with. But the thing too is like, just like how I said in the comments, is that why go and get with somebody that is not really for you, and to understand that. And then also to what was it? I can't really see his name, but he was speaking before, and he was like, why, how can he not like basically find that type of woman in America? Why not go to the scope of what you're used to and go travel? Sometimes the woman that you're supposed to be with is in another country that is more traditional, that is for you. And many people don't want to go out of the scope, and then all they do is get the exact same types over and over and over again. Sometimes maybe you need to travel, and then you'll find the right one.
Well, I
Yeah,
mean,
but you're
that
assuming that the
sounds
guy
nice.
has the finances to do that. Not every guy has that kind
Yeah,
of resource to go out there and do that. I see what you're saying, and what you're saying is correct. A lot of guys who have money are going to Colombia and finding women that are more traditionally feminine. You're correct, but average men do not have that luxury to just go out there and find a girl that will respect them and follow their lead. That's not realistic for a lot of guys. So going out of the country, it sounds cool and it could work, but like, if you don't have respect here in America, you're not going to find it in Europe. They'll be even worse because they definitely want you to have money to some degree.
Can
Well,
I just interject there as well?
being in a relationship is going to cost money regardless. The thing is what I'm saying is we're in a digital era, and we can meet all different types of people all over the world. And like sometimes you'll be able to connect with someone that's really meant for you. It's not like back in the days that literally it was just telephone by telephone and seeing each other outside and stuff. And if by chance you decide that you can go and travel, maybe that woman can basically go and travel to you and then make a life with you. Like there's so much possibilities, but like I get it, like finance and all that stuff and everything can like be major blocks, but at the end of the day, if you want a really amazing woman and you can't find it in the scope, then it's rather we could sit and just accept what is around us, or we can like try to build as much as we can and like try to connect outside of the scope of people that we're used to.
You make it sound like a Disney movie.
I
I
mean,
can show you the world. Like,
KJ, where did you
no.
just come from?
It's not
KJ.
but
that just sounds like a lot of.
it is realistic because
It
really
sounds like a lot of work, ma'am.
Hold
Like
on, Keith.
Yeah,
Hold on, Soul
facts.
Survivor.
Exactly.
well then if we all looked on if life was easy, then like it's just what you're going to put your mind to. It's rather you accept it and then you're like, yo, you know what, I'm just going to accept the one when that they are here and rather stay single, or B, try to get one that is less temperamental, or you look outside the scope. It's everybody has a choice in life, and sometimes we have to dig deep and just go for what we need to do.
So let me get Soul and then Keithan is next. Okay, go ahead, Soul.
Yeah, no worries, my love. So my thing, I agree with spiritual in the sense that you know what, there are no boundaries to love, right? There are no boundaries to where you would go to travel to find the person that you want to be with. But I also have this thing, like especially in the Asian culture, okay, where a lot of people from the UK especially will go back home and marry. Yeah, so they will go and find what they perceive to be their ideal person, and they'll go back home and they will marry and they will bring their spouses into this country. But the thing is, they live such a different life that when they do come to this country and they see everything here, they change, right? So they become somebody completely different to what you intended to go and find, right? So people have this society changes you, your environment can change you, even if you do go out of your boundaries and bring someone back into your space, right, thinking that they are your right person, they will also change because of the environment that they are now put in. Yeah, and I've heard too many stories on that level, where people have come from abroad and come here to the UK, and now they're like, oh, I can get this benefit. Oh, I can do this. Oh, I don't actually need to be with you, bro. I can do my own thing. And things can go horribly wrong as well. So to me, yes, you can go abroad, you can go out of boundaries and that. To me, the thing is, look, let's be real. Wherever you are, your person is out there somewhere, whether they're abroad or whether they're local. They could be your bloody next door neighbor for all I know, right? The thing is, you've got to be very clear on what you are looking for, and you've got to align yourself with somebody that's got the same value system as you. So if if you're a nice guy and you go out with a woman that's like looking or acting like she's looking for a rude boy, or she's happy in that, straight away you should assess who it is you're with. and know that no, this is not what I'm looking for. And you will know 100% within time. I told you it took me 10 years, right? Which is ridiculous amount of time. But you need to give yourself time to get to know someone, whether they're from abroad or they're from your locality, your neighbor, whoever. It's about the connection and understanding if your morals and values align. Yeah. Whether you're a nice guy or you could be a rude guy and you meet a rude girl, bingo, it works, right? If you're a nice guy and you meet a nice girl that's looking for the same thing. And I think that's the point, that it's about balance. It's about looking for the same thing. And when you find that person, it doesn't matter if you're a nice guy or a rude man or whatever, as long as you connect, you know, you could be a rude boy and the girl might be like, do you know what? I like that about you. That does it for me. Hey, that relationship could be the best relationship in the world. Who are we to judge? It's between you and your person that you meet. As long as you align, whether you are cross boundaries or domestically, it is about you understanding what it is that you're looking for and making sure the person that you engage with is on the same page. And honestly, I mean, it's a big topic, and I respect you, Fifth, because it's an interesting topic. But to me, it really is simply is it's a very simple case of like, does it gel? Does it work? Morals, are you the same? You know, these kind of things. And once you've got that in the bag, you've won. You've won. Simple as.
Clock it.
What? My daughter's in the back saying, clock it. I don't know what that means, by the way, but yeah.
That just means you right on point. You telling the truth.
Is that what she's saying?
Yeah, she agree with what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think she should be living in America with you because she clearly understands the lingo. I haven't got a clue what she said.
I don't think she needs to live over here to get it, but yeah.
And that's true. That's true as well, lovely. That's true.
You don't want her to
She
become tainted. Let her stay
She
there.
understand enough to know where she is. That's it.
Look, she understood. She's 18 years old, right? So if she gets it, guys, come on, we've got to wake up and understand this as well, yeah? We've got to understand it literally is about your person and you find what makes it work for you. End of.
Fifth, just like we was out here naming
What
the
does
artist.
the fifth mean? Oh, you're talking about fifth. Okay.
Yeah. I'm listening to Bobby Womack. Everybody gonna be lonely.
Oh, I like Bobby Womack.
Because if you think you're lonely,
That's exactly what I'm listening to.
Wait until tonight, girl.
You can't be in two places at one time.
Go, Fifth. I love your voice. I love your singing.
I keep it
Don't get him started. He gonna be over there blushing. Don't do it.
Beautiful voice. Come on.
Nah, we gonna get to Keith. Go ahead, Keith. Go ahead, brother.
You got this man over there blushing already, Soul Survivor.
Oh, big hearts for Fifth, honestly. And all of you as well. You're awesome.
Thank you.
I just know that we live in a different time, and morals and standards are different. There's an over feminization of men, and there's a dominant feminization in America and throughout the world.
That's right.
And so when you look at what men want and what men are looking for, it doesn't match up with what's going on today. And so I don't care how nice of a man you are. I don't care how all together you are. You know, women want control. That's the bottom line. A woman wants control. And especially today, they want control. Because every woman, almost every woman never says, I want a husband. You know what they say? I want a partner. That's what they say. Because they don't want
all of us, Keith. Not all of us.
Hold on. Let me finish. So majority of the women today, they say they want a partner. They don't never say a husband. You know there's a difference between a partner and a husband, right? You know what the difference is? A husband is a leader. A partner is an equal. So they want equality in a marriage. So men are saying, I'm a husband. I am not a partner. So no matter how nice you are, because their minds, the minds of women have been, I don't know, diluted, changed, perverted, whatever you want to call it. They don't think in a way of my husband. They think a way of my partner, me, what I'm going, my career, what I want, right? So it's a very selfish way of thinking. So no matter how nice you are, I don't care. Again, it doesn't matter. You can do everything for these women today, and you'll still end up last because she is not going to give you what you're looking for. She wants control. Alain.
There's a scene in a movie, Risky Business. I don't know if y'all have seen the movie Risky Business. Well, there was what's the guy that played the Risky Business, the main actor? What's his name?
I haven't seen that movie, babe.
Oh, it's an old movie. Anyway, he was a very business-minded guy, you know, in high school and stuff. He was the one that gave the teachers a hard time and all that sort of stuff. Well, he had a really nice friend who was just very passive or whatever. And he told him one day, he said, look, nobody respects you. Nobody respects the people that kisses their butt, you know, and that's what he was telling him, to stop being so, let people run over you. He was from a rich family. His dad was very successful business, but he was very passive. He's like, he didn't have a voice, and his best friend has a big voice, you know, and knows what he wants. He knows how to get there, knows how to do it to get it there. And his friend was so passive, and he told him, he said, look, he said, nobody respects someone who just kisses their butt. You know, he didn't say butt, but I think that's kind of the mentality is, that's why nice guys are seen as, you know, they just do whatever to make you happy. I mean, it's like they know what they want, you know? I think they're looking for someone to complete them instead of learning what they need to be completed. So I think that's why they allow themselves to be finished. They end up finishing last, is because they are passive. Because they really, I think, don't even know who they are. That's another perspective. Go watch the movie Risky Business. I can't think of the main actor's name. He's a character, but anyway. I'll land.
Yeah. So I forgot where I was going with my point, but I wanted to speak to what Keithan was saying, but Keithan left. Keithan mentioned something about control, right? He mentioned something about women want control. Beyond, what did he say?
Yeah, I don't remember. I remember control being brought up, which I have my opinions on that by itself, because a lot of women would say, use that buzzword, oh, I don't want to feel controlled. I don't want to feel like I'm controlled. But like, what that pretty much means to me is that you don't want to have someone hold you accountable for your actions. And like have like boundaries for you. Otherwise, you know, like if I say I don't want ABC or something like that, they're gonna take it as like, oh, you're being controlling. I'll give you an example. Me and my fiance, we've been together for a little bit, you know, and she wanted to go out. It's like a while ago, like years ago. She wanted to go out, and I was like, well, I wouldn't mind. I don't mind, but you have to bring your sister with you or something like that, because my whole thing is I want her to be safe. I don't really care about, you know, nothing like that. I just want her to be safe, you know. So, but her sister couldn't go, so I said, well, not tonight. She's like, okay, cool. And she didn't go. I wasn't trying to control her to not go out. I want her to have fun. But my whole thing is like, I know how other guys are. I know how it is at nighttime. It's not the most safe to go downtown when you don't have someone with you that look after you. I'm not going to be there. I'm at work. So she couldn't go. Her sister couldn't go. So I said, don't go. And she didn't go. She didn't feel controlled. I was just saying, I was putting boundaries up. I was saying, hey, I'm cool with what you're doing. It's fine. But safety first. If we don't prioritize that, then you shouldn't be going. You know what I mean? But a lot of women see that as controlling. It's not really control. It's just the guy is looking out for your well-being, and you're not appreciative of him looking out, and you're just assuming that he's being controlling, but he's not being controlling. He's just putting boundaries up because he knows that if the boundaries are not up, then you will make decisions that will not be conducive to a future and healthy partnership. That's pretty much what that is.
You're
I
making my
think this.
point,
I think the
Yonder.
sentiment is.
That's
I
what I
think
was
this.
saying.
Yeah, I think the sentiment from Meerkat was that a nice guy does not. The nice guy is not deemed as the guy that's going to hold you with that accountability. It's the perception that the nice guy is not going to be the accountability partner side of the relationship, and to do those things that you were talking about beyond.
That was my point exactly. Is women want to feel safe in a relationship. Some of them don't. Some of them want to be this independent. I can do all things. I can, you know, go out, make the bacon, bring it home, and cook it in a pan. So to speak. So that's kind of my point. Women want to feel safe, whether it's physically or emotionally or mentally safe. And you're right.
So I have an opinion on this, and my opinion on this is that look, one thing I find very difficult to understand in a relationship, right? When a man says, "I'm not controlling you, but you're gonna do it like this, and you're gonna do it like this," that is a form of control, right? It's different because as a woman, like just speaking from my own self, yeah, that as a woman, I want to be able to be me. Don't clip my wings. Don't tell me I can and cannot do this. I can and cannot wear this. I know that I'm accountable in this relationship. I know that I have to behave a certain way in this relationship because I value this relationship. I want this relationship, and I'm not going to do anything that will disrespect this relationship. But when a man doesn't allow you to be able to be yourself, right? And kind of puts things on you. Oh, well, you can't go there, and you can't wear this, and you can't do that. That automatically to a woman is going to be like, you're controlling me. Stop. Because I am not disrespecting you. I'm not disrespecting our relationship. I am not going to wear anything that I know you're not going to like, right? So just allow that to happen and let her be. Same with the guy. I know relationships where a guy will say to his girl, "Oh, I don't want you going out. I don't want you wearing this. I don't want you." Same. Girls do the same with the guys. Well, why are you going out with your boys? Why are you going out? Like that's not reality. You cannot put someone in a cage and not allow them to be who they want to be. The thing that keeps you together is trust. Yeah? When you have a relationship, it's trust. You know your partner's not going to do anything that is disrespectful to your relationship. You know your partner is not going to wear something and go out wearing something that you're going to be like, whoa, what are you wearing? So as long as you keep within boundaries within your own relationship and understanding, and then then there's no need to feel like, oh, you know what? I need to tell you what to do. Again, like I keep coming back to this point, that it's about knowing each other and aligning yourselves with each other. Because if I know that my husband, I say I wanted to go out and I wanted to wear a low cut dress and that, and I know that's not going to be okay with my husband, I won't do it. Simple. I won't do it because I know he will feel disrespected by it, right? But at the same time, if he's gonna put stuff on me like, oh well, you need to go out, but are you going out with girls? Are you not going to speak to men? Are you not going to? Then it gets a bit. That's where women will feel it's controlling, and it's vice versa for a man as well. Don't get me wrong; women can be as controlling, right, towards men. Oh, so you're going out with your men, yeah? So what time are you coming back? How many of you got? It works both ways, right? So I would just say that control is a very big word, and I think that as long as you guys understand your boundaries, right? When you get together, you understand your boundaries. This is acceptable. This is not acceptable. As long as you understand that, you're never going to fail. And then no one's going to feel controlled because you're working within what you've already agreed. Right? That's what I would say.
I agree with you.
Thank you, my love.
I'm
Hey,
sorry. I was trying
hey,
to
hey,
pull up Swift's gift thing. But
hey,
yeah, I
Mila.
agree with Soul Survivor.
Mila, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Mila, after I end the live, I need to inbox you something because I just received something from someone. I'm not gonna say her name, but I think you can guess who it is.
Probably.
Yeah, because I'm checking it on my other phone right now, and I'll talk to you about it later.
Okay.
All right. Anyway,
It was a great live, Fifth. As always, your topics are amazing. Mila, you are an absolute G. Lovely. You just honestly are so beautiful as well. And I'm so grateful to have you guys here and I can jump up. And it's really nice speaking to you all. You're amazing guys. Amazing people. Thank you.
It's nice speaking with you as well. So
yeah, I'm not
Thank
ending it now. I just
Oh,
wanted
you're
to
not
kind
ending
of.
it now. Okay,
No, I'm
sorry.
not. I'm not. I'm actually off today. But I just wanted to mention something to Mila because Mila is my mod, and so I'm gonna need her opinion on something
No
after
worries.
after the show is over because something happened on the show earlier today.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and that person just inboxed me something that was not nice. So
Oh, wow. Okay.
she
yeah.
probably inboxed me too, but I'm not looking.
Hey, I'm just gonna say it wasn't me. You heard the song, right? It
No,
wasn't me.
it wasn't you.
No, it had
wasn't
nothing
me.
to do with
It
you.
had nothing to do with you.
No, I'm just saying, you know the song, right?
Yeah,
It wasn't
right,
me.
by Shaggy. Yeah.
By Shaggy. I'm just lightening the mood, guys.
Curious.
Yeah.
Listen, I
Yeah,
love
it's,
deep conversations, but I like to have fun and banter as
I
well.
just feel like it's too much. I just feel like it's too much.
Hey, Beyonda, I'm gonna give you like a hint. You remember the teardrop situation?
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of like that. Yeah.
Okay.
But different because I didn't kick nobody.
So
You know.
guys, where are you from America exactly? Tell me again.
So I'm originally from New York, but I live in Texas now.
Are you in Texas? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What about you, lovely, and Mila, and my lovely that's all I can see your name. Sorry.
Chicago.
Oh, you're in Chicago. Oh, nice. Mila, where are you from?
I'm from Chicago, but
Oh,
I'm
okay.
currently in Indiana.
Oh, nice. And I don't know.
The Beyonder in Meerkat.
The Beyonder? Sorry, I can only see TH. So I don't want to be disrespectful.
Oh yeah, I'm from Connecticut, born and raised. I live in North Carolina right now.
He
Nice.
didn't forget where you live. Jesus Christ.
Nice. How is things in America at the moment with everything that's going on? Are you affected by anything, or is it like, how is it?
No, you can come get this man out the office. Y'all can have him. Y'all better come get this orange man. You don't want him.
I'm not really a fan of this whole Iran war thing. It's kind of freaking me out.
Because
So
I
want him
had
out of
a
office
trip
too.
planned to
Yeah.
Dubai. Like, why we can't go to Dubai right now? I'm mad.
I know, right? You can't even go anywhere. It's best you just stay at home right now. Lock your doors, shut your windows, and we're fine.
You come in here, you ain't leaving out.
Maybe for a short period, right? Hopefully.
Yeah, I don't know, but yeah. But yeah. So
Fifth, you sound distraught. You okay?
yeah. Well, because
Yeah, you sound a bit lost, Fifth. Something happened, right? That's
yeah, because I'm I typically don't let things get to me, but like I'm reading this message from this person, man. I'm like really?
I wonder if
Oh.
she sent me a message as well. I wouldn't be able to see and take it up though. Unless I go
Uh,
get my other phone.
Don't let things bother you. Listen, guys, let me tell you one thing, right? You know, on this app, everybody is keyboard warriors. We are all sitting behind the screen. No one knows anyone from Jack.
Yep, that's
So
true.
don't let it bother you. And if it does bother you, block. Have you seen the block button? Block. End of. Don't let your mental health get destroyed by other people, because this app can be very toxic. It's lovely that I've sat here with you guys because you're amazing, but I've sat on lives where it's really toxic as well, and I have taught myself, don't go there, block anyone that's toxic, and be happy, because this is a great platform to share views, to talk. Like, what an amazing conversation we had tonight with Fifth, right? Every time you put on a show, I would say, Fifth, a platform for all of us to speak is beautiful, man, because we're talking from all different parts of the world and we're connecting, we're sharing views. It's lovely. But when you go on places that is toxic, or you have people that come on that are toxic, please block them. Don't let them affect you. Don't let
yeah.
them.
So
Seriously.
so I'll make a statement. I'll make a statement. So for people who were listening to the show, so I gotta mute you real quick because you got an echo.
Sorry, yeah.
So for those who listened to the show earlier, I'm not a perfect man, right? You know, if I'm wrong about something, you know, I'm open to be wrong about something, okay? But I have a thing about me, and that is if I'm respecting people, you know, then you know I try to do that. I feel like I have a rapport on here with plenty of women, you know, who have come on the platform, who feel welcome on the platform, right? And just because I disagree with you doesn't mean I'm disrespecting you, you know, or it may not be just a disagreement. It's just we're just getting down to the to the conversation for people to better, you know, understand things, you know, because this is also a show. You know, this is not just a live that is just going to stay private between us. You know, like I say all the time, I put all my lives on YouTube because these are actual shows. I feel like the things that we say on here may help people, you know, they really can. And so I'm open to being wrong if I'm wrong about something. If I over pursue someone, fine, I'll accept that. Like I'm not someone who's just stone cold hard on things and is not willing to hear people out, you know? And I feel like I do a fair enough job by letting people say what it is that they say up as long as they're respectful. And, you know, I don't rule like a dictator on my panel. I mean, yes, I have to have some rules because it's my channel, but you know, I'm not like a czar. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a Caesar up here, you know. So that's all I got to say. You know, and I'm taking accountability for you know, for how I approach things because like I said, you know, I like to make sure I'm being fair and balanced. And maybe some things or as some part of the show I may not get to something. It's not because it's intentional, it's because a lot of things are being said and you know, I'm trying to hear everything out and address it when I need to. And then maybe somebody says something that I want to address. It may not happen in that moment. It may happen later because I'm trying to assess what it is going on. But it's not that I'm being biased. So me being accused of being biased towards men, I don't hold men accountable. So I just let men say what they say or whatever, or I'm just biased and I'm just, you know, anti-women. Like, that's not true, you know? So that's all I got to say.
So I just want to say, yeah, I understand what you're saying, Fifth, and I get why you feel the way that you feel. Never since I've been on your panel, since the very first one that you posted, and I've been here that long, I've never heard or seen anything biased comes from you or anyone on the panel.
No.
Okay. I want to.
100%.
Everything has been either both has done it, or one or the other has done it, but it has never been biased. And me being me, I always say what I've done because I speak from my experiences. So if you want to say that I was the one being biased, then maybe so. But as far as Fifth being biased, he has never been biased ever since I met him.
Nah.
So if that's how some people want to say that you are, they're wrong. And that's why I said what I said before she was off the panel.
I'm just going
And
to
I'm
add
going
to
to stick
that.
with what I said. And
I'm
it
going to
is
add
what
to
it
that
is.
as well. I'm going to add to that as well. Look, Fifth, you've made me so welcome, lovely. Mila, you're all beautiful people on this panel, okay? I have never heard any of you be disrespectful or biased or horrible. Fifth, you always give everyone a chance to speak. You knock them down when they say something like I did when I swore on you, like, Soul, no. And I respected that straight away. And you're totally within your rights to have your life controlled the way that you do. But nobody that I have heard on here, on your panel, have been disrespectful. Neither have you. You've gave everyone a chance to speak and say their speak. So don't take it to heart, my love, Fifth. You get bad uns, yeah? You get a bad egg. There'll always be a bad egg. Just ignore it, move on, and just do you. Just do you. Because you've got more people that love you on this panel, Fifth, that will talk rubbish. Yeah? So just take the majority view and crack on and do you. You're an amazing person, Fifth, and big up to you. I love being on your lives. Your topics are amazing. Don't let these silliness bring you down, okay? Don't get too stressed about it. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, about to say, like, it's actually very balanced on this panel. There'd be times where like there's too many dudes on the panel, and you'd be like, we need some more ladies up here. So it's not always like, one-sided conversation. So that's just common sense though. Like I don't know why people, I don't know who you're talking about, but like if I were you, I wouldn't even be worried about it. Unless it's like someone that and that you're cool with, and they kind of like kind of be unfair. That's a little different. But I would just say like let it fly, man, because I've been on plenty of these panels, and there have been times where I wanted more dudes on there, like because I'd be wanting to hear the guy's point of view, but it's a balanced show you're running. It's balanced. It's not too much one side, not too much other side. You get both sides of the coin, and we're all having a respectable conversation. That's what human beings do.
Yeah, but I don't think.
It's not locker room talk where it's like, we're all talking about the same thing. No, we're all talking about our own opinions and whatnot. So I don't get it.
Yeah, I think it's mainly because she was trying to tell Fifth how to word his prompts rather than say, I suggest that you do this. You can't tell a man how to do anything. Only thing you can do is suggest anything, and it's up to them to take the information and run with it.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, this is his show. And now if it was your show,
What
cool,
are
you
you
can have the
mad
word,
for?
whatever
It's
word you
not
want.
that. It's not that
Yeah.
serious. You dropped off his panel because you felt some type of way. He's not rewording anything that he don't need to feel the need to reword anything. He don't have to
That's
change
crazy.
anything. He do this twice a week. Like you can't tell a man what to do and how to run anything when you're not doing anything for this man. And a lot of females might be like, oh, well, she just like being told. No, you're not going to sit here and tell a man what to do. Point blank, period. Just like you don't want nobody to tell you what to do, you ain't going to tell a man what to do.
Yeah, I hear that. Yeah, but Soul. I'm gonna get to Mr. Unknown in a second. Soul, Meerkat, Mila, Beyonda, thank you. Um, like I said, I won't say her name, but you know, but it is what it is. This isn't the first time that's happened, but it's just that I don't like one of the things that I do on my panel is this, and maybe it's because of the topic is geared towards women answering the question. I do this all the time. I have a topic for the ladies, I have a topic for the men, I have topics that are gender neutral, and I try to make sure that that is fair throughout the entire lifetime of me doing this stream since January. Okay, so I'm always mindful of topics and what I pick. In terms of me having conversations with people, I try my best to be respectful. I understand that sometimes debates can be intense, but I make sure to keep it at a level where it's still respectful. And if I over pursue something, I'm open to being wrong and apologize when it happens. You know what I'm saying? And so to not give me that chance and to just disparage me, I don't think it's fair. But I do get what y'all are saying. I will just let that go. But for the sake of the stream, maybe what I'm saying may help people, but it's just, hey, this is just me just, acknowledging that, I could be wrong on something, but I personally believe that I tried my best today with that person, and I was kind of, and I don't know what happened, but it is what it is. But for that person that was here, I enjoyed her for the time that she was here, and hey, I wish her the best, even if she doesn't wish me the best, but I wish her the best. All right, go ahead,
I
Mila.
was
You was
just
about
gonna
to
say
say
we got
something?
a no. I was just gonna say we got another person on the panel.
Yeah, Mr. Unknown is here, although his name is flipped around. I'm never gonna pronounce that.
I
I'll just call you
changed.
Mr. Unknown.
I'm good, brother.
I,
I just get out from work. It's been a busy day at work today, but I get it out.
yeah,
How are you doing? How has it been there?
good. Hey, you see the prompt. Do nice guys really finish last, or are they just not attractive? What do you think, brother?
Oh my God. I would not say never, nor I would say yes, because this prompt is very subjective and it doesn't relate to all nice guys out there. Inherently, I have seen a good guy finish at first. Also, I have seen the bad guy finished at last. So it really depends on a person, how they balance their emotions, their limitations, and boundaries while dealing with the person. The prompt is very subjective, so it depends on a person's context and the situation, how he is dealing with the people that he wants to be with. So I would not say never, nor I would say yes. It depends on a person and his emotions, feelings, and how he operates himself when it comes to finishing at first or finishing at the last. Would be my take on the prompt. Thank you. I would like to land my plan here. It depends, right? Let's say, for example, I am a good guy. I'm a very nice guy. I have a good personality. For instance, I have a good personality. I know how to speak with the people. I respect everybody. That doesn't mean that I will finish at for last. I might finish at in the point blank. So it really depends to whom you are interacting. And how is the second party take you as a person depends on the situation and the context. I hope it makes sense to you all. I have seen a lot of good guys, they finish at first. They didn't even last for 24 hours when it comes to dealing with the woman. It really depends. No matter how good you are, if the second party did not reciprocate or did not show the reciprocity to you, then situation will turn upside down in a blink of an eye. It's all about, we cannot control what's going on in someone else's mind. We cannot control how they receive us or how they take us, right? For example, Fifth, you are a very amazing guy. You are a very kind man. You are a very compassionate man. I really appreciate to you, but there will be a people in your premises or in your surrounding, they might not gonna acknowledge you as a good man because the prompt is not objective, it is subjective. People think in a different way, no matter how hard, no matter how kind, compassionate you are. People will turn upside down. People will weaponize people. It's not about finishing at first or finishing at last. At the end, what does matter is who you are and your identity, and how you behave with the people around you does matter. I would like to land my plan here. Thank you.
Thank you, brother. Beyonda, you got something to say before you go? I saw you comment.
Yeah, this is a clarifying question. You're having that YouTube show on the 13th, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Is that going to be like every Monday where you do the YouTube thing, or like are you
Yeah.
still doing like?
Yes, sir. Every Monday. That's a new show.
All right, bet. Cool beans. All right, yeah. I'll tune in on what's day? Tuesday. I'll tune in Thursday, and I'll be joining that pen. I think I should be free that afternoon. But good topic. Good conversation. Was happy to be a part of it, and I'll talk to y'all later.
So once again, before you go, since you and Mila are
Yeah.
both on here, once we get closer to the third, I have a topic already, okay, for the 13th. So once we get closer to the to that date, I will do reminders, because you guys are featured guests for that first episode, as well as others, Angie, Lena, who came on here earlier, and Zacchaeus, right? Meerkat will be on episode 2. Now remember what I said to you two specifically. I said that y'all will always have a spot on the show. Okay. So you don't have to worry about, am I going to be invited on episode 2, 3, 4, 5? No, you guys are locked in because y'all been holding me down from the jump. Okay.
Appreciate that.
All right. So really, it would just be about availability. Maybe you can't make it one Monday or whatever. That's fine. But as far as you guys, y'all have spots, so it's not a problem with y'all too. And then like I do with this, I'll definitely be sending y'all the topics beforehand, the links to get on the stream itself and everything. I have all of that covered. I've been doing this. Okay. So I have all of that covered. Don't worry about it.
All right, Soul Survivor said, can she join? She would love to be on your show.
So what is the time? What time is it in the UK when it's 8 p.m. Eastern time in America? What time is it over there?
I think it's 1 a.m., right?
1 a.m.?
I think so, yeah. I could be wrong, but I think it's 1 or 2 a.m. out there in UK.
Okay, so
Fifth, I'm not sure, but it's 9:15 for me right now. Sorry, 9:25 for me right now. What time is it over there for you?
Well, the UK is 5 hours ahead of New York time, if I'm not
Yeah,
mistaken.
it should be around 1 or 2, I'm right.
Yeah, because it's
1 a.m.
3:25 where I'm at.
Yeah, I'm right, 1 a.m. It should be 1 a.m., yep.
And that's what, on the 13th of April, you said, right?
Yeah.
Bro, I won't be able to join you, but because it will be too early. I'll have work the next day, but don't worry, it's okay. You got my blessings. You guys crack on. It's not a problem. If I am awake by some miracle, I would love to join.
And Fifth, I'm sorry. I was trying to join your live earlier, but I was at meeting, I just swing at your live and left because I was in the meeting, so.
Yeah, it's all good. I was like 5 minutes late today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You was 5 minutes late? You gonna tell me I was an hour late and I was only 49 minutes late? That's crazy.
Fifth,
That is diabolical.
Fifth, you'll still be doing your TikTok conversations and stuff or no?
Yes, ma'am. So I am.
Okay.
So that will continue. I'm just doing more programming.
Got it. Okay.
So,
That's
but
fine.
that will definitely continue. I'm adding things to what I do.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
it's just gonna make me more busy. But it's
That's okay. I'll join you on TikTok. I won't be able to join you on YouTube, but I'll join you on your TikTok lives and stuff. Yeah, 100.
Yes, and you know what? You can always watch the playback.
Yeah, I will.
On YouTube, and just like with the lives, I put the lives on YouTube The
Yeah.
TikTok lives on YouTube the following day. Like this episode will
Nice.
be up tomorrow.
Nice.
You know,
Okay.
yeah.
No, that's cool because I do like your lives and I like your conversations, and it's really nice with all of your people as well. They're all lovely, as I said to you earlier. So yeah, if I can join on TikTok like you do, I will.
Mm-hmm.
100%. I like to give my 2 pence as well of what I would like to say, because I'm a chatterbox too. I like talking, so you guys are open to listening. So hey, we're a match made in heaven. I'm good with that. So I'll join you guys definitely on TikTok for sure.
Absolutely. J Dub's in the comments. Hello, J Dub. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I think she requested to come up, but I'm not sure.
Did she? No.
That's the other one.
Brother Bob is requesting. Okay.
Yeah, I accepted it.
Okay.
But
J Dub's working.
Hey, hi Fifth, nice meeting you.
What's going on, Brother Bob? Hey, here are the rules on my panel, okay? That is no cursing, no foul language, okay?
Oh yeah,
And then
no, absolutely. This is a breath of fresh air. I was just going to say to you, Fifth, stay away from the UK lives if you can, because literally, I just rolled through some of those today, and me and Soul are kind of what's the way of putting it? Soul, we're ethnically part of a community, right?
Yeah.
South Asian community, and
he's my brother from another mother. This one. He's a good one. He's a good egg.
Yeah, but us, South Asians in the UK be moving mad at the minute. Oh
Yeah,
my word! I mean, this is an oasis of calm, Fifth. I can just tell by the vibration and the peace in here. But you get a group in the UK together, particularly of our community, and it's anything but calm. And there is lots of and egos are very, very brittle, incredibly brittle. It takes only a word or a slight tone change for it all to kick off, and then people are throwing each other under the bus, cursing at relatives, and it's just terrible. It really is. And,
that's why I came here, Brother Bob, because I felt a sense of, you know what, they're such lovely people. They have serious conversations that they talk about. We also have a bit of a laugh and banter as well. But they're such lovely people, and it's so calm. Everyone gets to talk. Fifth is an amazing host, by the way, really amazing. And I think I joined him a couple of weeks ago. I think I've done this is maybe my second or third time, and it's just beautiful. We just talk about stuff, and it's nice, Brother Bob. Really nice.
And I'm sorry, Fifth, I'm sorry that you had a Karen roll in earlier on, who was perhaps a little bit angry at life and decided to be angry at your topic there. But it's actually quite a decent topic. So this is an interesting one. Do nice guys really finish last? Because I remember Pearl. I think her name is Pearl. A video that she put up. And she threw out some quite interesting stats that if you look at kind of dating apps and you look at, say, how women tend to select partners on dating apps, they kind of scroll through, they scroll right or left. I don't know what it is because I don't use dating apps. But invariably, women choose the same 20% of guys. So all women are choosing the kind of 6 foot 6 pack, the eye candy guy, right? Who happens to be a player, is going to be crap at holding down a relationship. But so the other 80% of guys, kind of get ignored. And then so it's interesting because I think this would be a much more interesting question for women, but the stats reveal that invariably women do choose that kind of top 20%, and so the good guys in that respect don't get picked first. They may get picked sort of second, but I think the psychology of it's really interesting because kind of when women choose that way from an attraction point of view, then literally, if you look at kind of the stats and the outcomes, they're not that great because they're they're chasing a thrill, not necessarily a relationship. And part of the danger with that is if you're a woman is that you can get left with a long-term consequence from a short-term fling. And so yeah, I think it's such a nuanced and a great question. It really is. It's a deep one.
Yeah, brother Bob. See, the thing is that this is something. So it's perception, right? So perception could be whatever a person's reality is, right? So,
100%.
nice guy. When people hear the term "nice guy," it's perceived that he is soft,
Yeah.
that he is passive, like Meerkat said early on in the show, and that he doesn't have a backbone, and that he doesn't assert himself in the world in the way that he should, that it is to get what he wants, right?
Yeah.
And so women are not necessarily attracted to that. Well, at least not at first. So I think what we're hearing is that a woman will say, hey, I want this guy who could do A, B, and C.
Yeah.
This tough guy, this whatever guy, quote unquote bad guy, whatever it is, right? Not so nice guy in the beginning, in the earlier years. And they'll give the best years of their life to that man or men. But then when they've been burned enough by a couple of guys, then they say, okay, well, I'll go ahead and date that nice guy that was trying to date me 10 years ago and see if he'll give me a shot. And then think that she's entitled to that because she's just now giving him that shot because he liked her years ago. But that's not fair to that man.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit. What do you say, Lovely? I reckon for women,
No,
women
I
Go
said
on.
what Fifth said. It's not fair to the nice man. You passed up this nice man to go with this rough man, and the whole time that's not what you want. You wanted it because it was easy and accessible. You didn't want to be patient.
I think a lot of women, right, Lovely, probably wouldn't admit, but it's like half and half. They want they want a nice guy that's a bad boy in the bedroom.
Well, it's different for different people. I can say that. Like I said,
Well, I would say that's a different situation there,
yeah,
right?
that's why I said it's different.
Because there are a lot of so-called nice men who, on a romantic level, are different. But the only way a woman finds that out is what? Giving him a chance.
100%.
But the perception, brother Bob, is that he's not. You get what I'm saying? It's about the perception. It's about the image
It is. It
of
is.
things.
Oh, this is so true. So true. And I think that so I think that if you come across as genuinely kind, compassionate, and loving, right? If you're concerned about other people and you go out of your way for them, and you're someone that looks to kind of help other people, like I do, you're instantly perceived as a soft touch. And so it boggles the mind, but I kind of tend to attract emotional avoidance, right? Partly that's my fault because I had an abandonment wound that I was working through, but I do attract the type of women that you can tell. See, because I've been around the block, I've lived a life, and been married, the whole thing, divorce, everything, and I don't do kind of dating apps, but I do observe people and the amount of games, the mental manipulation of it's just, and that just, I just switch off. I don't ever argue. I'm never going to call someone out on it. I just move away. But because it's they're kind of like juvenile kind of tactics, and I realize that they're coming from a kind of a slightly sort of hurt sort of place, because why would you seek to control or to manipulate if it wasn't because of some level of fear or hurt in the past? And but there's a lot of that, I think, that goes on, and sadly I think it's endemic. It comes with dating today, and because I think that Dating and relationships have become a lot like takeaway. Back in the day, you'd take time. It would take time and effort to prepare a good meal. 2 or 3 courses. It was something that you nurtured, something that you poured love into. Now, well, let's just get a takeaway. We'll date someone for a night. It just might be a one night stand, and that's the extent of it. That's how people think and move today. Everything is throwaway. Everything is disposable. Oh, my watch is broken. Do you know what? It didn't cost that much. I'll just buy a new one. Forget fixing things. We don't fix things. We don't work at things. We don't invest and nurture things anymore.
But what if it's only one person trying to invest, and nurture?
Yeah, that's the wrong choice in a partner.
Yeah,
right
that's
there.
what.
That means
Like,
they're not
yeah,
compatible.
yeah, that's
Yeah.
you can't. That's
But this
a
is
whole
the
nother
thing.
conversation for another day, because
It
then it can go on and on and on. But
it
Fifth, I
is.
think from your last prompt, we should do a part 2, because I
Yeah.
missed it, and I really feel like everybody should hear it. And when I say everybody, I mean me.
You talking about today's prompt?
No, last week,
Last week?
yeah, Thursday,
Last Thursday?
yep.
Yeah, I said that I was going to continue that for Fifth at Night when that premieres. Okay, I'll
Okay.
dedicate that for that. I'll plan that. Okay, don't worry about it. I know, because it went very well to the point where people wanted to keep talking about it. And I had to clock in for work, so definitely there will be a part 2. That part 2 will be on Fifth at Night. I think it's good marketing to bring that to that show, because that'll bring people from TikTok to that one if they want to still hear that one. Okay, so
Yeah.
definitely, Mila, I appreciate that.
That's a sign of a really good live. If people are kind of still talking at the end and want it to go on, then you've struck gold on a topic. Really, that's something that touches everyone, that everyone feels passionate about.
Yeah, that's very true. And I've had that happen certain times, because this is what I do, Brother Bob. If you're not familiar with my lives, I go. Oh wait, let me. Oh, Meerkat had to go. Okay, I was gonna let it go. Final thought. So I do different topics every episode,
Mm,
and I do it twice a week. I've been doing this since late January,
yeah.
and even before that, I was doing it 3 times a week. But it was a bit much, because I have other platforms that I got to take care of, and our podcast.
Yeah.
So it was a lot to kind of, and I want people to understand, right? For those who've ever run a program before, coming up with a different topic each episode
Mm,
is not easy, you
no
know.
way.
And a lot of people, it takes a lot of brain power, right? And it takes a lot of topics that don't work that you get rid of, that people don't even see the light of day. You know what I'm saying? And so, and then keeping that consistent, that takes a lot of brain power. You know what I'm saying? And so, shout outs to you, J Dub. Thank you, and I'll take suggestions. So, like for instance, Thursday, I'll let people know now. Thursday's episode is going to be about polyamorous relationships, to be or not to
Wow.
be, right? So that was Mila's suggestion. And I think that's going to be a very heavy topic. I'm pretty sure there's going to be people who are not going to want to even come up on that panel that day. That's okay. But
You
I think
scared?
if people, yeah, well, because I think people are going to see the title, but they're not going to understand what my perspective may be on it. They may think I'm glorifying it. But but the thing is that we're gonna see what people's opinions are, because this is a conversation that has been going on, right? And
Mm,
I would like to hear what different people have to say. My faithfuls who come on here all the time, and for new people who may be willing to join. I think that topic is going to be, it's controversial, yes, right? But um I think it's something that on this channel you're gonna
yeah.
hear something different. I'm sure it's been a topic on a lot of people's channels, but
Do,
here I think it's gonna be It's going to be interesting and it's going to be different. Yeah, go ahead, brother Bob.
Fifth, you know what? I'm so about 2 years ago. It's got to be about 2 years ago. I was on a live, and I'd never even heard of a polyamorous relationship, and so
Right.
I was like listening. I was like, "What? This is a thing?" See, for me, I like listened to it. I was trying to wrap my head around it, and so I kind of figured out. Oh, okay. So I was trying to put it into my frame of reference because I've not heard of this before, and I thought, "Oh, so hang on, it's cheating that you both agree on." Because I was just trying to figure out how there could be like like 6 people in a
Well,
relationship.
I
I
don't.
was trying to make the
Okay.
math
Well, no,
work.
I'm gonna say this for Thursday because I almost said something.
Go on, say it.
I don't think it's if you both agree, then it's not
Yeah.
cheating.
It's not. But then
So,
you know what?
but I
But
can. It's
yeah,
different if he outside talking to her and be like, "Oh, I'm gonna move you in," and then he
yeah.
randomly moves her in, and his girlfriend or wife is like, "Well, what's this? Oh, you in this situation now? You stuck? How you gonna tell me where I'm stuck at, my good sir? You better go stand in the corner and twiddle your thumbs, or this house gonna be on fire."
Yeah, I get it. But you know what? I think for me, hearing about that and discussing it is really great because when I look at it, I always kind of look at, okay, why do I have these perceptions? Why because I'd class myself as traditional. I was married for a long ass time, over 20 years, right? So kind of monogamy for me is a thing. And and to me, I started to look at a lot of that comes from upbringing. A lot of that comes from, I guess, sort of society and morals and kind of faith and all of these things. And when I heard this conversation, I thought, you know what, this is great because some people don't see it the way that I do. And so it made me sit down and think, okay, well, maybe I'm getting it wrong. How can I change or shift my kind of perception? And I think that I don't think that it would change the core and the fabric of who and what you are. And I think that how you see these things depends upon your perception, your experience, and what your nature is. And people have completely different perspectives, experiences, and natures, which is why we have different attitudes towards it. But for me, that was a learning experience. That really was an opportunity for me, kind of not to make judgments, but to try and understand someone else's perspective. Because the beauty of that was it broadened my own. It absolutely broadened my own.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Fifth, we have 2 new people on the panel.
Yeah, for the guy at the bottom, how do I say your name?
Peabody.
And yeah, Peabody. How's it going, everyone?
How you doing, Peabody? I'm gonna get the.
My daughter gave my brother that nickname. That's how I knew what it was.
Okay, hey Peabody, I like to give just rules to people when they come on my panel, Peabody and Naturally Awakened, and that is no cursing, no foul language. Okay, so the prompt: do nice guys really finish last, or are they just not attractive? What do you say, Peabody?
Hey, thanks, man. I'm kind of there was a nice guy, so I'd say nice guys put themselves last anyway. You know what I mean? You're just so nice that you'll let everyone go before you, or you'll make sure everyone else is okay before yourself. So it's almost like inevitable that with that kind of way of operating, that you're gonna end up last. So I agree with the prompt. Yeah.
All right, Naturally Awakened. Naturally Awakened. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you? Can you hear me all right? I'm
Yes,
outside.
I can. Yes, I can. You see the prompt? Do nice guys really finish last, or are they just not attractive? What do you think?
I think insecure people finish last regardless of their level of attraction. And if you're nice and insecure or hot and insecure, and if you don't have boundaries and you establish them, then that's when you'll finish last. Because even if you're with if you're super attractive and you're with a super attractive person and neither of you have boundaries, it's going to be a horrible relationship too. So, but even if the girl picks a mean guy, so that's what I think. you can pick a nice guy who's like really secure in himself and a good person, and then he'll finish first because you'll marry him. And you can pick an attractive guy who's the same way. It's all about like where they are like as a person. And if like you talk about men needing to be leaders, like a nice guy and a mean guy can be leaders. It's just about how they like carry themselves.
I mean, flipping that on its head, right? Do nice guys really finish last? In bed, that would be being polite.
Good job, Bob. Thank you for bringing that to the table.
You knew it was coming. You knew that was coming.
I knew I was, yeah, exactly. That's what she said. Okay, Bob.
So, Awaken, can you give more? Well, hold on. I could actually help you with more context. So, I would say like this. Early on the show, we were talking about how we discuss chivalry, right? You know, some of the good things of chivalry. You know, all of the things of chivalry is good, right? In terms of what it is, right? But what it is that there are women out there that will say, you know what, he's too nice, you know? And what does that mean when a woman says he's too nice?
Well, it could be discernment, like you think he could be love bombing or something like that could be why someone would be too nice. Or the woman in question could be insecure and unable to receive like a positive type of love. And, you know, when people like keep choosing the same type of relationships, like someone who's always with someone who hurts them, that's the kind of love they accept for themselves and give themselves. So if a girl says a guy is too nice, she could be unable to accept a kind love, or he could be weird. You know, there are guys that act super nice that are just as harmful, and somebody who was a perfectly good person could get a sense of that and say someone's too nice. So I would like reserve judgment when someone says that, what they mean based off the person, because like I love nice guys, and if I said some guy was too nice, it might be because they were weird. I don't know.
Okay, so I got a habit of telling people they too nice. Like my best friend, I don't know. No, Fifth, you wasn't on the panel last night. My best friend that was on the panel last night on my page, her boyfriend is entirely too nice to the point where I be feeling like he be doing extra stuff. Like he'll go out his way and be like, oh no, I'll drop your friend off. I'll take her home. I'll do this and I'll do that. Sir, your girlfriend and they'll sleep drunk. What we doing? You ain't got to take nobody home.
That's weird.
That's what I mean by too nice.
I think that's another boundaries issue. So that would be like in the same category as someone sensing something was wrong with the person, but you would be seeing what was wrong. You wouldn't just be sensing it at that point. You would see that they are disloyal in a way with their energy and they can't direct it towards a specific person, and they have like a people pleasing aspect.
Yeah, but that's what I mean when I say a man is too nice. You overly exerting yourself for what?
Yeah.
You don't have to do the things that you're doing.
There's a lot of truth in that. You know, I was looking into history once, and so the Mustache Man. Obviously, we can't name him, but when he was younger, he was an artist, an aspiring artist, apparently, which would kind of give you the impression that he might have been a nice guy, right? But then he became a failed artist. So there's something about that makes you think, well, was that what kind of turned him into evil, into an evil being? So the fact is that you really don't know the guy. You make an assumption that he's kind of nice, but everyone wears a mask to a certain extent. It's not until you really get to know a person that you can make that judgment. But when we talk about the nice guy, it's more, I look at that as more kind of attraction. It's like walking into a library and picking out a book with a fancy cover, right? So you're not going to know the story and you're not going to know the characters until you open the page and read it. And so we and I think what's interesting is that first impressions are incredibly quick. You know, before someone's even walked up to you, you've made a judgment. And women, insanely, are actually quicker at doing this than men. I remember reading this, and I think that might have to do with kind of the fact that, you know, kind of men have kind of physicality about them, and there's a perceived difference in kind of strength.
Rubber Bob.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could say that aspect might be biological with like the whole hunting gathering thing. Like if the women
Yeah.
are the berry pickers, then obviously we're going to be looking at the berries a lot. And yeah, we'll
Yeah.
notice that something is familiar and dangerous before someone else that is just sort of in like a protecting, like I'm confident in my own security, so I don't have to question things sort of way. And
Yeah,
I
it's
think
a
that's like divine
survival.
masculine and feminine is like the sort of like
Oh yeah, 100%. It's like a
compatible.
survival instinct, right? It's kind of how we've kind of evolved to be. But those first impressions are fascinating because, you know, so what you're doing in that moment, you're making an assessment on how someone looks. But the other thing that we forget is that 85% of communication between two people is non-verbal.
Yes.
So
Oh my God.
yeah, it's pure body language. It's the way that they walk up, how they hold themselves, you know, whether they're kind of engaged, whether they're looking you in the eyes. And that's a lot. And so yeah, it's a lot more complex. I think that the nice guy thing are the assumptions that we make, which are kind of more akin to a first impression than actually getting to know someone. So there's a nuance to it. I mean, they're both. You know, obviously, if you get to know someone, or let's say that there are two people in the office. One is eye candy, one is less eye candy, but more steady, genuinely kind of nice guy. Whereas the guy that is the eye candy tends to be a bit of a DICK, but you know, so in that scenario, which do women choose? And I think women would end up choosing the first one a couple of times, getting burnt, and eventually maybe choosing the second guy. And because I think what's different between men and women is that men go for men eat with their eyes more essentially. Women are a little bit more discerning. I'd say men are more guilty of this crime than women are, because I'd say that women tend to see potential. So they're more likely to pick the guy sometimes that's maybe 7 or 8 or 6 out of 10, because they know that when they work on him, they'll turn him into a 9, right? And the problem is, what happens is women, because they're natural nurturers, you know, they have this kind of maternal instinct about them, and they see things much more long term, and it's more in their nature than it would be in a man's. And so quite often, you know, they end up investing in a guy, improving him to an extent that then gets to his head and he ends up leaving. So what they end up doing is investing emotionally, physically, you know, and spiritually into a guy, and improve him, but sadly for the next woman.
Hey, just going off that, I just want to ask the woman, like, because I noticed that women will not want to work on a nice guy, you know, like they won't be like, oh, I can change him, I can make him better. But if they see a bad guy, or like a guy who's rough around the edges in there and he's got these red flags, they'll be like, I can change him, you know, I can work with this guy. Like, is there a reason for that? Just for the woman?
I'm
I
so
would
glad you brought that up, Peabody. Go ahead, Awaken.
I would think it might be if you find insecurity harder to manage than ego or something, like because they're both coming from ego. There's like overconfidence in self, and I think a woman's like nurturing nature can help both things. Like you could overcome insecurity or ego through nurture. And I think when people try to change someone, maybe it's just whichever they're more comfortable with changing is someone who's, and it's again like back to what kind of love you accept for yourself. Do you accept when someone requires too much love of you, or when they don't give enough to you? Because I think maybe the insecure but kind man might expect more love of you because they need it, and the insecure but overconfident in like the opposite kind of way of dealing with ego might like give you less love because they were too high on themselves. And I think it's just, again, back to like what you expect. And then again, like with the reverse, the woman could be insecure or they could be overconfident themselves and therefore like want a partner that reflects that because they want someone to be insecure with or egotistical with, and therefore they're not like that. Maybe if you like confident women, these confident women prefer confident men, even if that's from like a negative place of ego. But I can't, I can't just tell you why everyone does everything they do.
Well, Awaken. Then I'll let Mila answer that as well. I think it's also, you mentioned ego. Yes, it's definitely ego driven in this sense. There are women out there who will meet a guy who's quote unquote problematic, right? And they've seen women with that man fail at quote unquote changing them to their liking. So some women have this ego, well, I'm going to be the one that's actually going to change him. When we all know that nobody changes nobody. You have to be willing to do that. But it's the delusion of approach that some women may have with guys like that in the beginning. But then what will happen is years later, when they're 40s, 50s, then it's, you know what? Let me get me a nice guy now. And so that's problematic. What you think about that?
Me? What do I think about that? Yeah, definitely. That would be when the insecurity is in the woman, not the man. And for someone to accept a negative type of love, there has to be negativity on both sides. So yes, for a woman to think she should be with someone she has to fix because of her own ego, thinking she's superior to others, that's also coming from insecurity of like, I'm better than these other women and therefore I should have the man they all want, but he should choose me. And that's still ego and insecurity, regardless of if it's coming from the man or the woman, I think. But, I don't know everything.
Yeah.
I'm pretty young.
So this is interesting because, when you talk about kind of, because I see a relationship as a partnership. I mean, ideally, it's going to involve a part of change and flexibility on both your parts, right? Because there are going to be aspects of the other person that you're going to have to get accustomed to. They might grate initially, but you make allowances, and both of you do. But I think the need to kind of control, dominate, or even change, that to me always comes, I think, like Awaken said, from a place of insecurity. Because if you feel you need to control or change or dominate a partner, that the reason that you feel you need to do that is because you don't feel safe, you don't feel secure. And I'd say that if that is a tactic, or I'd call it like a maladaptive behavior, if you've learned that that's what you need to do, it comes from a place of wounding, of some other experience, maybe a past relationship that's still having an effect and making you see the new one. You're essentially replaying some aspect of a previous relationship that you haven't healed or worked through, because ideally you wouldn't feel the need to control or dominate. And to me, that means that if you feel that you have the need to control, dominate, or change your partner, what that to me translates to is, I'm not fully emotionally available. My partner does not make me feel safe. And that's the number one question that I think people don't ask, that they should ask before jumping into a relationship. Do they make me feel safe? Because if they made you feel safe, then you've got a green light to be emotionally available to them. You don't want to control or change them because you feel safe in their presence.
But
Right.
sometimes a woman, they actually feel safe around a more toxic kind of person. Being with a good guy, a nice guy, can make them feel
That's back
like
to the
they're not used to that
insecurity
feeling.
thing.
Yeah.
That is 100%.
And Lovely, did you want to
Was it
respond to
insecurity or
Peabody's
was it
original
ego?
question?
Hey, Milo, are you there?
I'm still here. I was talking to my
Yeah.
kids. My bad. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. Peabody's original question was, why do some women feel that getting with the so-called bad guy, that some of them will have that thing of, oh, I can change him. Is that right, Peabody? Was that your question?
Yeah, it's almost like, I'm not saying all women are, but most women will say, "This nice guy, he's not. We can't work with him. You know, he just doesn't have it." But there's this guy. He's probably half the time they're probably married or something, but they'll be willing to, either be a side chick or like they will choose him and try work on that guy. You know, the him.
Can I ask a question?
Hold on, just me. Give me
Just
one
me, just me,
second.
just one moment, okay? And then we'll get to you. Go ahead, Mila.
As far as the question, I lost my train of thought talking to these kids. Um, I just feel like I'm sorry, because my whole train of thought was gone. I had like 3 different answers in my head. Could you repeat the question? Like without the fifth, can you repeat the question? Because I know people like I just said it 3 times.
No, it's okay. He was talking about and we kind of spoke on this earlier, maybe, and then we'll get to just me next. He was saying that why do some women feel like they have that thing of, let me get with this bad guy and I could change him, but they never have that attitude with the good guy. He's saying, why is it, women feel, not all women obviously, but, oh, hey, well, he's a little rough around the edges, but I could change him.
Yeah, well, a man can't be changed unless he want to be changed. For one, let's just get that clear. No woman
There you go.
in they right God given mind can change a man. Okay, I'm just gonna say that, and I might have all the backlash after this because I always do when I say that.
Vice versa, lovely though. Vice versa, lovely.
I'm saying that because a woman wouldn't want a man to change her. I don't care how you put it. You wouldn't want. I just feel like no. That's all I'm gonna say is no. You cannot change a man. A man has to be willing to change for himself and or someone else.
So most women aren't aware of that. Do they just look at a man and be like, he's moldable? Like,
They do assume it. Women do assume it. Not all women, but most women do assume it. And they assume it because of the simple fact,
And we're wrong for doing
they feel like, oh well, if he's soft with me and hard out there in the streets, then I got him right where I want him. Let me try to control the situation. When in reality, that's not how it's gonna go.
All right.
it's delusional.
What do you say, Peabody?
Does that mean most women are delusional?
I
Yeah,
don't know.
yeah,
Oh, go ahead.
yes. I used to be one of those women. Okay, I can't speak for nobody else, but I'm going to say yes.
Peabody, it more naturally means most women are dangerous. That's what it actually means.
No, and when I don't think he mean delusional in a bad, like, disrespectful way, but most women that think like that feel like they can
you can
control
fix
every
it.
situation there is to come, and that's not it.
Do you mean control it or think you can fix it?
You can't fix what don't want to be fixed.
I know, but my question was, do you think you control it or do you think you can fix it?
And my answer was, you can't fix what don't want to be fixed, because what you not controlling nothing that don't want to be controlled.
I agree
can't
with
fix
you.
what don't want to be
100%.
fixed.
I agree with you.
I think I get the style of her question. Her question is it so much that, and then I have to let just me answer the prompt.
Oh,
Her
no,
style,
Fifth, I need you
yeah.
to drop me down. I have something to do.
Okay, no
I
problem.
forgot all about it.
It's okay. I'll get with you later.
All right.
But you know what? This reminds me of
Oh,
what
brother Bob,
you.
hold on one second.
Oh yeah, my bad.
I gotta let Just Me talk.
Yeah, sure.
But I think Just Me's nature of her question was: is it that women want to fix the man who's already problematic, or control the man who's already problematic? Was that right, Just Me?
Correct.
All right.
Control,
Yeah.
without doubt.
So I believe it's definitely control. They don't want to fix it. They definitely want to control it. So the prompt: do nice guys really finish last, or do they, or are they just not attractive? Your opinion on it, Just Me. Oh yeah. On this panel, no cursing. Okay. All right. Go ahead, Just Me.
I'll try not to curse. um, okay, so do nice guys finish last? No, I don't think nice guys finish last. In my opinion, this is my opinion, that nice guys have a lot more secrets, right? So, in my opinion, the nice guys have a lot more skeletons in their closet that they don't want to like have aired. They're overachievers, they're over abundantly nice. They're just not true to themselves, right? So, the bad boy, quote unquote, the bad boy, he's already put his crap out on the table. Like, here's my crap. If you accept it, you're cool. If you don't, there's the door. You know, so I think, to me, and again, it's my opinion, that the nice boys hide all their faults. They literally hide them and whitewash them in something prettier than what it is. And the bad boys are like, yeah, this is me, whoever it is. If you like it, you like it. If you don't, you don't. And you know what you get. You know what you get. So you're accepting a bad boy, knowing what you get, versus the questionable skeletons in the closet from the good boy who fawns on you and does everything else.
Wow. Can I just say, just me, that's such a dark attitude. Because essentially, if we decode that, all men are essentially bad or evil, right? It's just that the bad guy shows it up front. The good guy is still bad, but he's just hiding it well. So
I think the same for women. I think the same for women. I absolutely think the same for women.
So there are no good men. There are no real good men and no real good women, is what you're saying. We're all doomed.
Now she's saying
I'm
the
saying
bad boys are
everybody's
more
human.
authentic
If
and
you
true to
can look
themselves.
if you can look in the mirror and say you've never done anything unjust, anything wrong, anything cruel, good for you. I can guarantee not one person can look in this mirror and say I'm 100% ethical in everything that I believe and everything I do.
Yeah.
Period. If you can do that, kudos to you.
No human is, even the prophets and gurus made mistakes. That comes with being human. But you're not your past. This is the point. People do change. They grow, and
I didn't
they,
say that.
Yeah.
I excuse me if I said that. No, I didn't say that people can't make mistakes. Absolutely, people are human. I make 100 mistakes every freaking day. I put them up on a little library shelf. I take them down and reference them. Will I never make a mistake in my life? Absolutely not. I will always make mistakes in my life. I'm a human being. I make bad judgments. I do that. Everybody does. Females, males, whatever. When it comes to somebody saying, if you want to change somebody, no, you can't change somebody. You can't change anybody unless they see a difference in their behavior that's going to benefit them. Because absolutely, and somebody shoot me down, I will absolutely say that 80% of the population of human will be self-consumed with themselves versus others. So their self-happiness, their self-worth, all reflects on their feeling in the moment, not on how they affect anybody else, not on anything. It is on your self indulgence in that moment and the feeling that it gives you.
Yeah, that's so true. You know what's interesting? Because I said this, sometimes so if you happen to be with the other 20%, and who are less self-indulgent, who actually empathetically do care about other people, then so when they fall in love, when that 20% falls in love, they fall in love in a natural sense with the other person, right? Genuinely with the other person, or with who they think the other person is. Whereas the person on the other end, if they happen to be from the 80%, they've literally fallen in love with how that other person made them feel, which is different, right? Because basically they're falling in love with how someone's making them feel. It's a very a selfish me, myself, and I attitude. I love that person because he makes me feel like this. And that's more important to them than actually loving the other person in a pure sense. So there is a kind of difference. It's a nuanced one, but it's a good one to point out.
It's not a longevity though, right? So it's
Yeah,
not a
it's not.
longevity. So it's an instantaneous gratification based on oneself
Yeah,
feeling of how somebody makes you feel. So that's not sustainable, right? You can't
yeah.
sustain that feeling over years and years and years. Things change, they evolve, they mutate, whatever. You can't sustain that same.
You can't. You can't. And what normally happens is the person that genuinely loved the other person, right, ends up leaving because he figures out that the other person's being selfish. And then what the selfish person does is that they attract someone just like themselves, but even more selfish than they are, right? And that relationship implodes even quicker.
Right. Well, the thing with that is you're correct. So people that have trauma
Yeah,
attract trauma, and they attract
100%.
trauma because the trauma is self-soothing,
Yeah,
right? So if you have somebody that is empathetic to your trauma, then you are gravitated to that trauma versus fixing the trauma and moving forward.
yeah, 100%. And that's the thing, because that kind of people pleaser attitude, right, which is what it is in that 20%. That comes, or quite often that could be an abandonment wound, for example. And so what they're naturally going to attract magnetically is someone from the 80% who may be emotionally avoidant, right? And kind of selfish. So you've got a giver and a taker, which is essentially like a runner chaser, toxic, codependent
It's
relationship.
very codependent and toxic. Yes.
Yeah, and the crazy thing is, those are the ones that are most magnetic. So when you feel that level of magnetism, it feels that way because you've got two people that are attracting at a core level of a wound, and that toxicity is quite difficult to break out of, and people get addicted to it. But it's not a whole, it's not a healthy, and ultimately it's not a long-lasting relationship. It ends up being a lesson more often than not.
Well, and I might not be, obviously I'm not a doctor or a scientist or whatever, but my thought process is it on the fact that they feed on the adrenaline. They feed on the ups and the downs and the highs and the lows, and it makes it more exciting in some way. That seems creepy, but the dynamic of its dynamic is exciting, right? So adrenaline in your endorphins in your brain, everybody's brain feeds on different things. So regardless of what somebody's doing, if it's a toxic relationship, I think those people that go into the ups and the downs and the ups and the downs, they're literally feeding off the endorphins that you get from the ups and the downs and the ups and downs. Is it toxic? Absolutely. I think it's horribly toxic. I've been with my husband for 34 years, since I was 18 years old. I literally didn't marry him when I was 18, but I've been with him from 18 years old. And we're completely different personalities, completely different personalities. He's not a big talker, not at all. He is what I would say maybe an avoidance. Like he doesn't like confrontation or everything, and I'm a let's talk it out person. Like you can walk away for 5 minutes, you can walk away for 10 minutes, but then come back, take a deep breath, and let's get this freaking resolved. It's a huge difference of personality. Um, has it worked? Yes. Has it been a monstrous struggle? Absolutely. Do I think that what I envisioned my husband to be is fixable? No, no. The men and women are not fixable. They're not fixable. Like you can't mold something into your personality. I mean, you can mold yourself into being able to relate with their personality, but to change somebody, absolutely not. You're not going to change them, And
Well,
my
can I
husband
ask a can I ask a question, just me?
way. Yeah, sure.
So you mentioned your husband being non-confrontational. Uh, just sticking with the context of what you're speaking of, could it be that he's not confrontational, or he's just choosing to be stoic in a moment that when it happens, and then later on he comes back to it?
No, he's choosing to not. He would never come back to it. Never. He's having his 60th birthday. I don't know, in a couple of days. No, he will never come back to it. He is like one and done. Like, okay, we talked about it, blah blah blah. I don't want to talk about it again. And there's certain things that happened in our life. Obviously, you can imagine 35 years with somebody that I'm like, this isn't a dead issue. It's not a dead issue. And as much as I'd like it to be a dead issue, I still think about it all the time, and I try to suppress my feelings of certain issues of being like, oof, yeah, I gotta just fucking move on. But there's
Oh,
certain,
language, just me.
sorry,
Yeah.
there's certain trigger points that there's just triggers. It's kind of like PTSD. I'm like, bleh, I don't know what to do. I'm like, it triggers me and I get upset and I'm like, okay, we have to address this again. And, my husband is the nicest men. Absolutely. He's the nice man, right? However, the nice man doesn't finish last. He usually finishes first because of the fact that he's a nice man. So it makes the ugly wife, the ugly girlfriend, the whatever, seem like the bad person, right? Because he's the nice, happy-go-lucky person, blah, 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 blah. And everything seems great on the outsource, but then come live my life and sit in my shoes, right? It's really hard. It's really a difficult situation because I think nice guys are great, but I think nice guys hide more than bad guys. Bad guys are like, here I am. This is who I am. You like me, you don't like me. Here's all my faults. Here's my skeletons. My closet's wide open, yada yada. You know what you're dealing with. You literally know what you're dealing with. So you can address it. Nice guys? No, you don't know that. They hide all that shit.
I
Maybe I'm
do
wrong.
kind of
Tell me I'm
relate
wrong.
to what you're
Yeah,
saying to me.
I don't. I mean, I think that is perception, and I mean, I don't hide anything. What you see is what you get, and everyone's got a story, everyone's got a past, but I don't shy away from mine because, I've kind of grown, changed, and evolved through it, and I've been through some really horrible SH1T, and that's not something that. That's only something that you heal from if you confront it. So and I'm the sum total of all of that. So that's not something that I seek to hide. That's something that I wear on me. Those are kind of the scars that make me who and what I am. I think if that's your perception of people, that's I mean I'd say that people are just so incredibly varied But people are untrusting. It takes time to get to know someone. But you know, I've always sort of worn, you know, sort of my heart on my sleeve. I don't shy away from topics or questions. And I think the more crap that you've been through, the more honest that you are about it, because in order to get through it, to heal through it, to grow and evolve, that brings a sense of humility, that because you wouldn't want someone else to experience, and you wouldn't even think of putting someone else through what you've been through.
So I'm
Now,
a
if
super
you're cut from that cloth,
yeah,
no, but
and
if you're cut from that cloth, then you know, and this is why, weirdly, because interestingly, who do I tend to attract? I tend to attract people that wear a mask, that you know, play games, and I'm really quick at reading people and reading situations, only because the childhood that I went through meant I had to in order to stay safe. So I'm a canny read. I can suss someone out very quickly, and I know when they're being open and honest and when they're not.
so here's the thing. So me myself, people either love me or they freaking hate me. I mean, there's like no gray in between. They either love me or hate me. And unfortunately, my personality now is built out of a wall. So I used to be a very fun loving, trustworthy person, yada yada. I went through an experience that literally devastated me and made me question everything about my history, my life, my choices. Um, to this day, I still reenact certain things in my head of going, why, what. However, yeah, I'm the person that you either like me or you don't. And I have a giant fucking heart, a giant heart for everybody. Do I have empathy? No, because I don't believe in empathy. I believe in, you know, a thing. I don't believe in empathy because I can't feel what you're feeling. Um, it's one of the things that for men, specifically men, and I'm going to equate it to females too, is you can't be nice and be yourself, right? So if you're a nice man, if you're a nice female, I think that's folding to who you actually are, right? I think it's folding to what somebody else wants. You're giving into. I believe in being yourself as a human, and if somebody likes you, they like you. If they don't, they don't. Um, I don't think people can fold and be nice.
Hey, Justin, I
Here's
got a question for you. Do you have kids with your husband and that?
Yes, I
Did
do.
you say, yeah? How was the parenting styles? Was he perceived as Santa Claus, a nice guy, and you were like the Wicked Witch of Oz coming in, or
Yeah,
did those
pretty much.
dynamics?
Yeah, pretty
Yeah.
much.
And
Yeah, pretty much.
did you feel like you were taking a more of a masculine role
Yes.
when in the parenting style? Is that
Yes.
why? Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
So
Yeah,
initially, okay. So yes. So initially in our relationship, I was the breadwinner in the family. And I'll just say that. So I was the breadwinner in their family up until COVID. And then in COVID, I lost my job. And I still had a thing on the side because I'm a designer, so I did the thing. But I absolutely was not bringing in six figures. Um, so I like did my husband's resume. I did everything. I said, you gotta buck up. You need to get a better job because he legitimately that entire time, yes, he was contributing to the household, but it wasn't the majority of the household. So I kind of tried to fix that, and I think that was a problem too, because I believe that, and any man can tell me, I'm sure that's the case. I demasculated him by saying, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this, here's your resume, like put it out there to a million people, blah, blah, blah. And I basically drove his drive. And like, I had to do it. Like, we were going to lose our house. And yeah, I don't know. Was it the best decision as a wife? Probably not. Probably not. But was it the best decision to survive? Yeah. You know, I never would want to demasculate any man ever. I mean, men do so many things, and my just so you guys know, my definition of a man is somebody who cannot protect themselves, they protect them. Somebody cannot do something for them, they step up and do it for them. Like, men are so worthy in this world, just they need to step up and do things that others can't do for themselves, right? So the stupid shit that I can do for myself as like a 5'2" female, I'll do it, right? But if I need to like patch a hole in my ceiling that's 10 feet tall and I can't freaking reach it, yeah, no, I need a guy that can do that for me.
Yeah,
All
but
right. Let me interject real quick. All right, let's back up. Just me. You mentioned that you don't have empathy.
No, I don't.
So, does your husband have it?
Well, I should clarify. I don't believe in the word empathy, because if you Google the word empathy, it's been morphed over years. So empathy had to do with artists putting their soul into art. It has nothing to do with feelings. It's putting their soul into art, and you can Google that. So that's why I don't believe in the word empathy, because number one, nobody can feel anybody else's emotions. Never. At all. You can absolutely feel something for somebody, but empathy, no. So Google it, whatever, and you can poo-poo me down, but it is absolutely a word that was derived from art, for artists putting their emotions into their artwork. Has nothing to do with feelings of individuals and being able to feel what somebody else feels.
So, just me, can I ask you a question then?
Wait. One second, brother Bob. Hold on. So, you brought the word up. So that's the only reason why I'm bringing that up. So, do you have sympathy?
Yes, I have sympathy for people. Absolutely.
Okay. Are you considerate?
Yes, I'm absolutely considerate.
Do you have compassion?
Yes.
Okay. So you said I'm asking.
I put myself below another human being, right? So if somebody is standing in line, I will step back and do another thing in line. Like, absolutely, there is nothing more important in my life that's not important in somebody else's. So if you're in a rush to get gas, I'll step back. If you're in a rush to do Christmas presents, I'll step back. I have no problem with doing that. Absolutely not.
Okay. So in the nature of how you said you had to motivate your husband when you lost your job, what did that look like?
It was horrible, by the way. Horrible.
Okay. Expound, because we're not there, so we don't know.
Okay, so you're a guy. Try envisioning a wife saying, you're not doing enough and you need to step up, and I can't do this right now, and I'm jobless. So you need to fix it. right? So I carried the weight for 30 plus years. And then all of a sudden, I'm dead. I'm dead in the water. Dead in the water. I got nothing. COVID, have to homeschool my kid. I'm done. 26 years at one job. And then you look at your husband and go, crap, what? And like, he doesn't know how to write a resume. He doesn't know how to do this. And then you're legitimately shoving shit down his throat. Right? So,
Language just me.
sorry.
Yeah.
Who wouldn't hate me? Who wouldn't hate me? Who wouldn't hate me when I say this has to get done? We're going to lose our house. We're going to lose this. We're going to lose that. It has to get done. And then I do all the logistics and the paperwork and sending stuff out and expect your husband to look at you and be like, oh, yay, I love you. No, it was a forceful, horrible situation that took him out of his comfort zone, right? So, as a guy, if you're taken out of your comfort zone, what do?
Are you saying that he was unemployed?
No, he was employed. He, after I lost my job from COVID, I got a permanent layoff from COVID. He was employed, but it wasn't enough to bank our house and do everything we need to do. And
So,
because of the circumstances, I had to homeschool my daughter.
so was the means that you were living in were over his, but they met yours because you made more money?
Correct.
So are you saying that being that you had more means that you paid most of the living expenses?
Correct.
So how come you guys didn't downsize so that you could rebuild later once you lost your job? Or did that happen, or am I going too fast?
We could have downsized. I legitimately looked at every expense we had, put it on a spreadsheet. I got solar. I literally, within the month of being permanently let go of thing, I decreased our monthly expenses by $2,600. And just changing cable and TV and getting solar and this and that. But no, there's no way we could have afforded this house if, in fact, he kept the same job and I was unemployed.
So with that being said, I mean, this is a marriage, right?
And
And
unfortunately, his mother
yeah,
died 6 months later.
that's sad. So
That was
the,
horrible too. So yeah, that was.
the thing is, this is a marriage, right? In a marriage, everything's not going to be always celebrations and sunshines, right?
Oh hell no.
I guess the question is, how did you treat that man once that happened? And the only reason why I'm asking that is because I think when a woman falls on a hard time, I don't think she would want her husband to have a certain tone with her, right?
Correct. I mean, I could have 100 people come in and look at how I address the situation. I think I addressed the situation of any person that felt betrayed would do. So I took care of a lot of stuff. And then I just said his mother passed away shortly after that. I took care of all of that. And that's when my lovely nice man secrets came to play. And that's when I turned ugly. That's literally when I turned ugly. And I was like, oh crap. Like, I wasted 10 years of my life and this and that. And yeah, the nice guy wasn't the freaking nice guy.
Brother Bob, you can go.
Yeah, I was just going to ask. I mean, you know, I think kind of you mentioned earlier on there was an experience that fundamentally changed you, and then obviously if you look at kind of the marriage, you know, I kind of see you as having carried the brunt of it. You know, in kind of what was essentially kind of like a masculine role, you know, being kind of the provider and the protector, which is you know, a role that naturally maybe as a woman you would have expected him to do. That's the more traditional thing. So what I was going to ask you is how much do you think your attitudes have been shaped by the experiences that you've had, because they're quite striking, the experiences.
My attitude? Okay, so
Towards men in general, I'd say.
all right, so my husband wants it to be done and gone, right? So he said his piece, blah blah blah, and he doesn't understand like the continuous trauma, and I'm gonna just say continuous trauma, and honestly, I don't know. I remember everything, literally everything. I have dreams, I remember everything. So to me, it's a constant battle of saying he's a different person, he's a different person, he's a different person. To me, it's like, no, you're not a different person. You're doing the same things that hurt me. You're doing the same things that trigger me to be an angry person. And I don't want to be that person. I absolutely don't want to be that person, but that's what it makes me be. Like, the nice guy is not a nice guy. I'm like, I have legitimately told him, and you guys, I'm sure this sounds shitty, but I'm like, I hate your stupid face. Like, stop making that face. Stop. It's the face with the puppy dog eyes and the thing that literally lied to me for 10 years. Literally lied to me for 10 years and looked at me. So I hate it. I hate the face. I'm like, oh my God, like, stop. Like, I can't trust you. And it's crazy. So it's either fucking walk away after 35 years, right? Walk away.
Yo, the cussing just me. Come on now. That's a bit much. I give you a lot of chances, just me.
Yeah, I think to be fair to her, Fifth, you know, she was talking about something really painful, and I don't think it was. I don't think she wasn't swearing at anyone. She was swearing at the situation, and so
I get
understand
it,
it from your
brother.
perspective.
Yeah.
I understand you got to protect your account. I'm
Right.
not, you know, I do get that, and she is sort of sorry, she's sort of saying down there. I'd say bring her up because I do have a question.
Just me. You want to come back up? I gotta cut it because I can get TikTok is not what it used to be.
Yeah.
The cursing, people get their accounts. Okay, all right. I'll let her back up.
I'm
So-
sorry.
That's okay. That's okay.
Yeah, TikTok. Listen, TikTok's not owned by China no more. So
Sorry,
you
I'm
know the
sorry.
rules. Okay, all right.
I now work at a job shop, by the way. So just so you know. So I did get a new job. Thank you. Lovely job. And I work in a job shop now for aerospace, and they swear ridiculously. So sorry. I'm so sorry.
And engine. Well, I was going to say, sort of engineers are known for it, and but I was going to ask you because you said something that really made me think that you said it was the same face that had lied to you for 10 years. What was the lie? What was the? Because that
I
seems
don't.
to be pivotal in it. You don't want to say it. You don't need to.
I will. Okay, so I'm gonna cry when I say it, but I will.
Are you still married to him?
Yeah, absolutely.
So are you sure you want to share that information?
Yeah, I'm okay.
All right.
I'm okay. So, all right. So we're like 8 years apart, right? And I obviously went through ups and downs of skinny, fat, whatever. Oh, I'm gonna cry. Hold on. So, um, I got pregnant and had our daughter, and I don't know. When I was pregnant, I guess I wasn't attractive anymore. So he chose to go to online visuals. I'll say that. And then it just became a habit. And I was pretty much ignored for 10 years. And I thought something was physically wrong with him because when he was younger, he was actually run over by a bulldozer. And so I was like, oh, cool with that. And I was like, okay, be the great doting wife. It is what it is, stick it out. But it wasn't that. It wasn't that at all. And I found that after his mother died. That it wasn't that. He just chose to have a catalog of corn women versus me.
Okay. And you mentioned it was for 10 years. So
Yeah.
was this a phase that's passed?
After I found out, after I found out, yeah, that was a reckoning in our day. Yeah, I addressed it. I confronted it full on. Was it ugly? Oh, it was super freaking ugly. Um, and then it was good. For like 3 years, 3 years after that. And now, just now, I mean, again, he's 8 years older than me. I get it, but just now it's starting to be like weird again. And I'm like questioning, like, what's going on? Like, what the hell is going on? Is it you're old, you're tired, or are you doing the same crap that you did before? I don't know.
So do you know what? I mean, first of all, I mean, I think it's amazing, right? More so from your perspective, to be in a marriage, with what you've kind of gone through, and also for it to be 34 years. That deserves a medal in of itself. I mean, you do less time for unaliving someone, right? But 34 years in a marriage is kind of commendable. Have you two ever kind of sought some kind of relationship sort of therapy? Have you done that? Have you gone that route?
I would, and I mentioned it, but because of the fact that he's a man that will go to his grave with his skeletons, I don't think it's worth it. Like, honestly, I'm not quite sure he will ever be truthful. Like, I'm fine with being open-ended and exposing my underbelly. Honestly, I don't care. I think it's healing. If you like me, you do. If you don't, you don't. I can't fix what I am. I can fix what I am, but I can't fix what I was. For him, I honestly think he would never be truthful in therapy at all.
So you know what's interesting about this is quite often, and I think this happens in kind of long-term relationships and marriages as well, is that sometimes, and even let's make the assumption that he's not going to be truthful. Let's paint him with that brush, and assume that that is just him. He's going to be guarded. The thing is that he's probably built up such a wall of resistance to how you feel, and to what the dynamic is, because that's what happens over a period of time. You become kind of hardened a little bit to your partner, and so that intimacy is kind of lost, and so is the connection. So what tends to happen is both people build up a level of kind of resentment towards the other partner, which makes it difficult to really kind of communicate about these issues. So sometimes having someone step in between, and because now you're not talking directly to each other, you're mediating it, and him hearing it about how you feel, what you've gone through, from a third party, from someone that has a level of objectivity over the situation and is trying to get to how you both feel, can often make the difference. Because quite often having this discussion under normal times, it's almost as if you're both drawing a sword, and you've both got a shield out, because you know each other so well, each other's patterns, each other's defense mechanisms, each other's moods, that it becomes difficult to have this conversation, because you're not ever openly and honestly there to have that communication, because you're both guarded. So sometimes putting someone in the middle diffuses it just enough for a conversation to kind of start. So I do you know what I'd say to you, just me, you know what, I pushed for about 2 years, two maybe 3 years, to go to counseling, and my other partner just kind of shrugged it off and didn't want to do it. To this day, I still kick myself for not simply just making the appointment, because if I had made the appointment, I think it kind of gives them no get out clause or no option, because they realize that, well, essentially we're throwing money away if we don't use the opportunity. And it's something that, irrespective of whatever you might think about him, I'm sure that at some level he would want the dynamic to change, because home should be a place that you come to for peace. It should be your Garden of Eden, that you come back to after you've dealt with the evils and the horrors of the world outside, right? And I'm sure that he probably wants that just as much as you, but just can't communicate it. And I think so when communication is lost, sometimes it's good to have sort of someone in between to just restart things, because then you're not talking to each other, you're talking to someone that's in between, like an umpire or a referee.
And I agree. I absolutely agree. I mean, I think somebody that's impartial to understand the dialect between us, I think would be great. Would be great, but you have to get to the racetrack to do that. And if somebody is not even willing to step onto the racetrack, there's a problem.
Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, I'd be, if I was in your situation. I mean, going back now, and I'm looking at it from my perspective, not necessarily yours. I do still kind of kick myself for thinking, do you know what? Maybe if I'd have made that appointment, maybe if we'd have gone, maybe if we were able to kind of say things, even to an intermediary, that we both held back and didn't say to each other, I'd probably still be married now. And but then there's a flip side to that coin, because I've changed so much in 3 years that I felt like I was given a second lease of life. Don't get me wrong, it was a horrific divorce, and it did a lot to break me, but maybe I needed that experience to to get motivated again, to uh, actually see life as beautiful, because it hadn't become so. But it could have been if I had actually maybe had that appointment, maybe had that meeting. So you know what, you sound like the giver in this relationship, and I think you've poured so much into it. After 34 years, you kind of maybe gone past the point of no return. So to push a little bit more for something, I think, I don't know, I mean,
I
I
think for
just,
me, it's disappointing in the fact that I can't get over it.
yeah.
Like there's so many triggers and red flags that I have this giant wall that now I built, right?
Yeah.
So I have this huge wall that I built because the person, the nice guy that I trusted, right,
Yeah.
was no longer trustworthy. And the face and the eyes and the things, and I'm like, he says the right words.
Mm-mm.
He says the right words, but all the emotions and the feelings come back to trauma. Come
Yeah.
back
And
to, you did that and you looked at me that way and you did this and it was all fake, you know? And I don't know. I mean, I don't want to say I'm a horrible wife and I'm a horrible
you're
female.
not. You're not. You're not. I
Uh,
mean, look, I think what I hear is someone that's been through, emotionally a lot of pain at possibly the worst time. When you were pregnant as well, and that's like a life changer. And there's part of me that believes that what, I don't think men are ready for to become fathers in the way that a mother becomes, because she carries that child for 9 months. She knows her life is going to change because her body's giving her clues it's changing in real time.
I just,
And
one of my
yeah.
things is I don't think that I was enough at my best. So how am I gonna be enough at my worst when I get old? Right?
Oh, yeah, I
I
think,
wasn't enough at my best. Like, you need to seek out something else when I was at my best. And believe me, I was not like shabby at any means of the word. Like, it's just ridiculous to me that he needed a catalog of other people to satisfy whatever. And it's weird. It's super weird to me, and now it's really hard for me that I'm getting older and going, I wasn't even good for you at my best. How am I supposed to think that you're even
just
remotely into me when I'm getting older?
just me, he's right there. And this is the thing, he's right there. And I think, sometimes when you go through something that's so incredibly painful, that we see everything through the lenses and the emotion that we felt, because it's so real, it gets kind of hardwired into our subconscious at that point, and we become stuck at that point in time. So every time you look at him now,
Believe me,
yeah,
I'm stuck.
yeah, and so this is the hurdle right here, because when you look at him today with today's eyes, you're not seeing him with today's eyes. You're seeing him with the emotional eyes of what you went through and the pain that was caused, which means that he could be, yeah, and I don't think, my gut is screaming out, he's not doing anything that's wrong, but because you're wearing these lenses that are tainted, they are looking for the tiniest little thing, and then what they're doing is that they're exploding that out of all proportion, and you're making it fit a confirmation bias that's coming from that wound, that is basically telling you, yes,
Can I
this is
sit
the
with
pain that was
you?
caused.
Because absolutely what you're saying is exactly what I'm feeling.
Yeah. And
Like, I don't know where you are in this world, but if I could sit with you and with my husband, what you just said is 100% on point to what I feel. Like today is not yesterday, but when I look at him, I see yesterday.
Yeah, and look, the thing is, you've got to have compassion for what you went through, but also kind of understand the impact, because sometimes when something like that happens, it's difficult to get over, and so emotionally you're still in that place. And do you know what? It's I think you need to give yourself credit, because it's a miracle, right? That you know what? Lesser women than you. This is why he's with you right now. Lesser women than you would have left years ago, because they never would have gotten over it. It shows your strength of character, your resolve, and your commitment to the marriage and to him to still be there. And you know what, the humbling thing, just me, is that you know what, most people in your position would never admit to the fact that, you know what, I still think I'm affected by that. It's much more natural to point the finger at the other party, and you're not doing that. You're really not doing that. You're doing, because he did do something that was horrific, but the fact is, and it has had an emotional impact on you. But the point that you recognize it means this is something that can be fixed for both of you.
Thank you.
And yeah,
And
and,
that's what that's literally my goal, is to stop obsessing about the pain. Stop obsessing about the look. Stop obsessing. And I'm literally trying, because he says, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that anymore. And I'm like, I want to believe him full-heartedly, absolutely full-heartedly.
let's flip this on its head for a second, right? Because you're coming at
Hey,
this.
after you, Bob, I gotta say something. I've been listening the whole
Yeah,
time. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I want to flip this on its head for a second, and maybe think about this, because one of the things that I'm hearing, just me, is that deep down there's a wound that says that I'm not enough, and yet you've been protector, provider, you've run that house, you've molded this man, you've done everything to keep a house and a family together. Now, so when I look at that, if I look at that as a record of achievement, I'd be damn proud about myself. I would love myself to the max. But here's the other thing, the flip side to this, and maybe something that you're not seeing, is that for him that might have been really intimidating.
Yeah, it was.
And maybe this escape, so maybe this running away was him trying to have a level of, because people can get engulfed, and you know, maybe he's screaming or trying to keep a sense of masculinity and dignity, and maybe that's what drove him to do what he did,
I
because
destroyed that.
because he doesn't feel enough for you.
Yeah, I
He
know.
doesn't feel
I
enough.
know. And I destroyed that. And I understand that. I didn't know I was doing it at the time, but I understand that, yes, I destroyed that. I
So
literally
yeah,
I literally drove him away. I get it. I get it. But
yeah.
I was doing what we needed to do to get a household that I don't even want anymore. I don't even want this house anymore. I don't want this house. I don't want this property. It doesn't make a difference. I literally am sad at the fact that everything I did for those 30 years,
Yeah.
I don't know. I
So
like
shall I tell you the real
made
tragedy in
bad
this?
decisions, obviously.
The real tragedy, you know, just me in all of this, is that, you know, what I see, what I hear, and what I feel is two people who don't feel enough for each other, and but deep down are absolutely longing for each other, to try and get back to that place at a time where
I
you
love him
were.
to death, and that's why I stuck it out for all this time. I
I, ju-
literally love him to death. All his faults, everything. I don't even care about the secrets and the closets. I don't care. I just want the man to step up and come to me saying, "This is me. This is me as a man, and love me or don't love me." And he can't do that. He is so guarded. It's even after the whole thing of finding out crap, he's still guarded. He's still guarded. I'm like, just throw it on the table. Seriously, just throw it on the table. And you know what? I'll decide if I can live with it or I can't live with it. But he can't throw it on the table. And the saddest thing to me, and I have literally told him, I'm like, I'm going to go to my deathbed with you. Deathbed with you. And the saddest thing is if I can't look in your eyes and know who you are when you're on your deathbed, that sucks. Literally, that sucks. I don't think any man, and maybe I'm wrong, correct me. Do you think any man wants to go to their deathbed with somebody holding their hand and somebody looking in their eyes and not knowing who they really are?
no, no. But
So let me
here's
say something. So just me, I appreciate you being transparent. Although you didn't have to, that's why I was concerned. But I will say this though, to be fair, we don't have your husband on here telling his side of the story and his perspective on what he went through. And you're saying that you saw his secrets, but in a marriage, husbands and wives have secrets. There are things that you're not willing to share that
I
he
have
knows
no
about you.
secrets. I have no secrets. None.
Okay, we'll take your word for it, but it's just that he's not up here. He's not up here. So being that he's not up here,
That's fine.
um,
I get it.
we just don't. We just like I said, not to crap on what you're saying,
No, that's
but
fine. I get it.
if we're being fair and balanced, we don't have him up here to give his side of the story, and if we did, then we would get a full spectrum of what exactly is going on.
No, you wouldn't, because he'd lie.
So here's the thing about that, right? And I just have to say
He would
this.
never tell you the truth.
Okay, that's fine. So if you're getting therapy, a therapist needs to hear what?
The truth?
Well, the therapist needs to let you talk and let him talk, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But what's the point of you talk and he talk if he talk and he's not really going to talk other than what somebody wants them to hear? Like, that's what I did for 30 years. I literally listened to somebody giving me what I wanted to hear until I found out the truth.
I understand that, but therapists have to be fair. They can't be biased.
And they're not biased, but they're only given the information that they're given. So
Exactly.
if I talk, right, I talk, and then the other person talks, blah, blah, blah. The other person talks, and if they're literally not telling the truth or not being, transparent, what's the difference?
and
You
with
still have
respect,
bad information.
yeah, it's never going to happen on a live. With respect, yeah.
No, we
It's not.
we don't want it to happen on a live because it's their private business. But what I'm
100%.
saying, but what I'm saying is that um, in a professional setting, yes, they would have to hear both sides uninterrupted. And guess what? The therapist doesn't know who's telling the truth.
Okay, and I get that, but a therapist needs to hear information. And if one person is not giving information, then you have no logistics. You have nothing. There's no mathematics to plus and plus equals 4. Like, there's none. If one person is like, don't remember, clueless, like there's no mathematics to that.
Yeah, I think look in this situation, I think what a good sort of a relationship counselor would do was probably have a number of sessions, a couple of sessions with you separate, with each of you separately first, before even bringing you together. And so because there's a there's kind of an objective there's an objective situation that has played out over 34 years, but both of you have a different experience of it. Now that and the thing is that both of you are going to see what happened differently because you have different
Oh yeah, no, I'm a total shit. Believe me.
no, but you
Unbelievably. My husband says, "Oh, you did this, you did this, you did this," and I'm like, "Okay, that's total deflection."
yeah,
Like
100%.
every time I like question something, he's like, "Well, you did this," and I'm like, "Okay, deflection once again." I'm like, "Seriously?" I'm like,
Yeah,
like
so
crazy.
all a therapist or a counselor is going to do is to explore your feelings, your thoughts, and your perspectives on it, and to reflect it back to you to see if you're seeing it clearly. So clarification of the position is the first thing, and that has to happen on both sides, and because there's always the you can view things. I always say that if you have a problem, imagine you're in the center of a circle. Most people hold on to that problem really, really tightly. So that means that they're not seeing it clearly. What they can do is they can let go of it, go to the outside of the circle, put distance between them and the problem. Now, within that circle that surrounds that problem, there are 360 degrees, 360 different ways, just in one plane of looking at that problem. And what's interesting is what most people do is rather than stepping back and having perspective on it, they hold on tight to it and they only see it one way. So if you can start to look at it differently, then it helps you not only kind of appreciate how you may have been wrong in your opinion and assessment of it, but that allows the room to creep in that, you know what, I can now begin to see it from the other person's side. And that's it just takes a little bit of time and work to do that, and commitment. And you know what, I think just me, you would be surprised, because I think that the real tragedy of this is two people who don't feel enough for each other, who actually still have love for each other. Because remember, he comes home every night, right? He comes home every night. He's in your house every night. So sometimes we,
No, he's not,
no?
because he
Okay,
works
that's
third
not good.
shift. So I sleep by myself.
Oh, okay. But that's as a consequence of the job, right? It's not
Yeah.
necessarily what he
No,
would
it's a
choose.
consequence of the job, and I get it.
The job that you wanted him to get.
Yes, correct.
So yeah, do you know what? I just think there's a lot more hope in it right now. Just me that
And honestly, I have a like whiteboard and stuff, and maybe that's my problem, is I'm too regimented and I'm too like oriented of time and this and that and sleep and that. I mean, yeah, everything is scheduled. Everything is scheduled. Yes, I am absolutely a scheduled person. I don't like spontaneous shit coming out of the woodwork. I mean, that might be my problem too. I don't know. I mean, I'm absolutely saying I'm not the problem. I can say I am probably the problem, but I
Why
don't know.
not switch it up? Why not switch it? Why not do something unexpected that's out of character for you? Be spontaneous. Like maybe just throw some sandwiches, some snacks, grab a rug, put it in the back of your car and have a surprise picnic. Take him out somewhere that he's not expecting, and then pitch up in a park and just say, do you know what? It was such a nice day. I fancied doing this.
I would love that, by the way. I would love that, by the way.
Go
That's
out
my
of
thing.
character.
Like,
Oh, there you go.
I like pick me wildflowers, pick me this, give me a $2 whatever as a nice gesture. Give me a sticky note in my lunchbox. That's
Yeah.
fine.
So,
Those are great things to me.
so
Great
he,
things to me.
here's a little exercise because you're regimented. You're going to like this. So, think about how you interact as a couple, right? Write down what your day looks like now, right? And do it as a couple. How much interaction you have now, and then what I want you to do is to go back in time to when you first met each other. How did you spend time together? What were the things that you did? What were the things where you bonded and connected over? And take a look at the difference between the two sides, right? Because right now it's not good, but it was great at a point in time.
We talked.
Yeah.
I
Do
literally,
think.
I know what it is. We talked. We
Yeah.
talked. And I have nobody to talk to anymore. Like, literally, nobody to talk to. So
So
I know, and the thing, we had a huge connection because we talked endlessly, talked about stupid shit, good shit, whatever. Now we don't talk. Mm-mm.
So, do you know what? I think a lot of couples sort of bond at the childhood. Or I'd say that what real intimacy is when your inner child and his inner child can speak, play, and have fun. Because that's what would have happened early on when you were bonding and connecting. And so you've got to recreate a situation, go back in time, and create a scenario that allows that to happen. Now, it might take more than one attempt because I'm going to guess that if you threw a surprise picnic, he might be so shocked that you might not be able to speak, even if you wanted to speak, because it's so out of character and out of pocket for you to do that. But challenge yourself, and just see, and that would be a good little exercise, and see if when my guess is when you soften up and you release a little bit of control, eventually he'll step forward and fill that gap, which is really what you want him to do, and it's probably what he's too frightened to do.
And I do want to do that. Believe me. That's my biggest thing is I want to not be a hard ass. And I am. I literally am. I'm a hard ass. I get things done. If this has to be done, it's done tomorrow. Like, I absolutely want to give that up if I know somebody's consistent in helping me. And unfortunately, the consistency is not there. And that's why I always feel like I have to step up. And I think it's a horrible situation where it's like, yep, I step up, he feels emasculated, blah, blah, blah. But if I didn't do it, it wouldn't get done.
But
You
you
know?
know what's interesting? So look, he's now working in the job that you got for him, right? So one of the and he probably still feels like maybe that's not enough. So if you can show a little bit of appreciation for that and soften up and just make it like that it's a
So
treat
as a
for
male,
him
how could I do that? How could I do that as a female?
by little things like the surprise picnic, pampering him when he wouldn't expect it. Anything that you do, I mean, his first reaction is going to be really suspicious. Just me, he's going to be thinking, what's going on here, right? And because it's going to be out of character. But I think that by showing appreciation for him, in a way, because that's the thing that's difficult to do, because you're still carrying the emotional pain, and I think that we've got to be sensitive to that fact that doing this thing is going to be emotionally difficult for you to do, because there's still that kind of wound
Oh, I
that you're
hate it.
seeing through.
Oh, I
right?
hate it. Absolutely.
Yeah. But the thing that you've done that most people don't is you've already identified where the issue is. Now, knowing where the issue is gives you something to fix and to work on, and it can change. Most people are oblivious to that fact. In fact, most people wouldn't even be brave enough to admit that they have an issue like that. They'd purely be pointing anger and hatred towards the other half. You owning that fact is your commitment towards healing and repairing the relationship.
No,
You've done that.
I literally love the man. Love the man. I don't love the betrayal. I love the man. I don't know.
But here's the beautiful thing. When you, and this is, I always say the only work truly worth doing in the world is the work that you do on yourself. Because everything external to you and everyone external to you
See my
is,
okay, so here's my
yeah,
problem.
go on.
So here's my problem with that.
So hold on, because somebody else jumped on the panel that I've been waiting to come up for a while. K Vigilant, how you doing?
Hey, Casey.
Hey, brother Bob. Hey, Fifth. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Hey,
How's it going,
hey,
Fifth?
good. Glad you're back on here. I'm never on live this late.
Oh,
It's
okay.
because I'm off today. I would have ended
Okay.
this stream hours ago. But
Okay.
you see the prompt, do nice guys really finish last? Or are they just not attractive? What do you think? And then you can get into the conversation with everybody else.
Okay, so do nice guys finish last or they're not attractive? That's what you said? I can't really see the prompt. I gotta put my glasses on.
It says, do nice guys really finish last?
Mm-hmm.
Or are they not, or are they just not attractive?
Dang. I feel right now, to me, in this day and age, nice guys kind of they do finish last. And I say that because nowadays only people looking for transactional relationships, what they could get out of it. And normally nice people, are givers. You know what I'm saying? So I think nice people are attractive because they give from their heart, is more so not what they expect out of others. And I could say that because that's how I feel about myself, you know. But sometimes when you give, it's like you don't want to give to please people. You want to give because that's what you're doing from your heart. Because sometimes people will take advantage. So I do think that nice guys sometimes, most of the times, finish last. But it depends on who you're with, who you end up with. If they are that type of person that don't care and just want to, take from that person and be selfish, or they truly care for that person and, willing to just meet them halfway. That's what I gotta say. That's my opinion. I'm hearing crickets.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. I
I've
lost
been
you.
on. I've been on here for a long time. I've been up here since 1 p.m. Eastern time. So
Tired?
yeah, I just let you up so you could talk. But yeah, I gotta end the stream.
Okay. Well, I
All right.
appreciate you letting me up, and I hope you rest. You get some rest.
Thank you.
Um,
Come Thursday. Thursday is gonna be a very interesting topic. The topic is about, this was lovely Mila's idea, my moderator, and it's about polyamorous relationships.
Okay. Oh
Yeah.
God.
It sounds
Yeah.
like fireworks to me. It sounds like fireworks.
Yes, it do.
Yeah, I don't know how that's gonna go, but she's gonna co-host it with me. So
Well, that's good.
yeah,
That might be just in the comments.
Right. I know.
Yeah, it
I
might
think
be
a
the
lot of
safest
people are
place
just
to
gonna go in
be.
the comments. Yeah.
And fifth, look, I wanted to apologize for taking over the live a little bit. I'm really sorry about that. And but
Hey,
I just, yeah,
it's okay. But I just want to just make this statement, okay?
yeah,
I didn't mind the conversation. My concern was the oversharing from just me because she's still married to that man, and he could come across this live because this is going to be on YouTube.
yeah.
Okay, so this is why I tried to stop her, and then also, we don't have his side of the story, and I just want to make that clear to the audience. We only have her perspective, and it is what it is. But
I'm just praying he doesn't show up on Thursday and start talking about polyamorous relationships, because if he does, we're all going to hell at that point. Fifth,
I love you, brother Bob. You just bring out the best in situations.
that's
no,
funny.
Yeah,
but
it's
Yeah.
funny. Okay,
yeah, but the
very.
thing is, you know what I mean. Hearing someone like just me, 34 years in a marriage, and
That's
you could
long.
feel, yeah, you know what, I genuinely, my heart goes out to her because I think she's amazing, because it's not normal, and admittedly, yeah, he does have his side of the story, but for someone to admit, and she did do this, that she might be a part of the problem, and even conceded that she might be a large part. That's someone, to me, that's someone that you keep all day long, because they are gold, because that's a person that's willing to sacrifice themselves, and she has already done over a 34-year marriage, but someone that's willing to go that
That's
extra
not
step,
like me.
that is a keeper. That's never someone that any man in his sane mind is going to let walk out of his life.
Yeah, and it took some guiding for her to get to that point, for her to actually say that. But everything in the beginning was everything kind of just leaning
On
towards
him. Yeah.
her favor. But yeah, she did get to it, and this is why I let you keep talking, because you addressed what I was going to address. So
Yeah,
I
that's the
was
thing
like,
about
okay, never mind, he got it. Yeah,
that's the
yeah,
thing about brother Bob. Brother Bob.
yeah,
No,
yeah. So
it's
hey, brother, do you have any final thoughts on the today's episode, and then I'll end. And any final thoughts you have?
Yeah, I'd say, the lesson for today is that not not everyone is who we think they are. Sometimes that's because they genuinely aren't who we think they are, but sometimes that's because our perception is not right. So we may be looking, and we might not be seeing the person in front of us, because we're wearing glasses that have become colored by experience and pain and hurt. So I'd say that, genuinely, it takes time to get to know a person, but it takes way longer to get to know yourself. And when you're open to admitting that you might be part of the issue, that's someone that's willing to work on themselves. And when you change internally, when you have a better relationship with yourself, everything in your external world and everyone else in your external world changes, because everyone and everything external to you is a mirror reflection of the relationship that you have with yourself. So if you feel pain, you're only going to see pain outside. If you're happy and you're content and you can love yourself, that's what you'll experience in the external world. When we change, the world changes. So someone once asked me, how do you change the world? And I thought about it and smiled for a second, and then I thought, uh, you change the world one person at a time, but the first person has always got to be you, because when you change, the world changes.
Well said. That's awesome. That's
Okay, Vic, I know you just got on here, but I think you were listening just for a little bit before you got up here. You have any like final things to say?
um I feel, that a lot of people, you know, a lot of it is part of growing up and what you have experienced and saw throughout life, and as a kid, you learn from so young. I think when you're 2 years old, that's when you start before that, you start picking up things, things, scenarios around you, relationships, parents, and you go off of that. Some people go off of not having parents, but it's about when you become an adult. I feel like it's a different situation because you can have become an adult and be a certain way, have trauma, go through things, and then become an adult and not have to go through trauma and see healthy relationships. So it differs in life. But when you become that adult, it's about what you want for your life. Do you want to continue being unhealthy within yourself? Because you taking care of yourself first as far as healthiness, mental health, everything in one helps you in order to be better in any type of relationship, whether it be a sister, a brother, a spouse, or anything, And it's a learning curve because I know I've been through some things, and again, I've been through a marriage and getting divorced, but that's neither here nor there. But I knew he wasn't only to blame, So it was things within me that I saw that I needed to change, and what other people saw actually, because sometimes you don't see things that you do until somebody has to tell you or show you, or express that to you, and that's how I feel. And a couple people told me certain things about me, and I was like, oh my God. So that made me change some things within myself, and I continue to change and go through things and be on lives like these to learn and different things and relationships, And it makes me happy being around people and different experiences and learning different things that I never knew. It's good to be
Yeah,
open minded. So that's where I stand.
that's what's up, Dr. Love. I'm in the stream, so let me get your final thoughts because you were up here most of the episode. Okay.
Yes. Sorry, I had to go. So final thoughts. I still stick with what I said initially, I think at the beginning. There's lots of reasons, but they're too vast to go into on a live because there's a lot of underlying stuff that goes with it, not just the surface stuff as to why we select the partners we select and why we choose the people we do. And the other thing that whilst I was listening to earlier on about a nice guy and are they just not attractive? I think for women, attractiveness, you'll hear many women say, it's not his looks, his personality must count. I am not of that thinking. I think I have to be attracted to him, and attraction is subjective to each person. As to what we find attractive, and someone's character definitely is an attractive trait that allures a lot of women in. And then obviously if he's got nice eyes or nice smile, those are like added bonus to the attractiveness. But, do nice guys and last? I would say nice girls do too. And I think what Sol was saying earlier on, she hit the nail on the head. We have to find partners that align with us. And sometimes, we make allowances and we don't, and we know they don't align, but we still give it the opportunity because we feel that, change can happen. But often you know, when you go for a nice guy, there are drawbacks too, because they may not be able to handle someone who is vocal, or someone who's strong, or someone who knows things or understands themselves. They may find it difficult to kind of be with someone like that as well. And with what you were saying earlier, Fifth, you know, or was it Beyonder? I can't remember, talking about what nice was back in the day and as opposed to what nice is now, which I think there's some truth in, you know, what is nice. You know, I would consider Bob, hi Bobby, to be a
Hey.
nice guy. You know, will he finish last? He dates. You know, has he got it in him to approach a woman, make a move? We'd have to ask him, but I consider Bob a nice guy. Does that make sense, Fifth?
I don't know if I consider Bob a nice guy at that point, but everything else you said before that,
Yeah.
yeah, you make perfect sense.
Yeah, because
And I
I know
don't
Bob a
think,
little bit, so I
yeah.
think that's probably why I've known Bob for a few years.
Do you know what? I really don't date. I kind of I don't do that. I mean, I have, but I'm just much more into just more focused on goals and things that I want to build. So the whole dating thing is I'm not saying it's kind of like off the table. It's just that it's just not my focus and priority right now. And but it does make me it's great from an observation point of view. And but yeah, I'm sure my piece is going to be disrupted at some stage.
I'm sure it will. But you know, before we go, Fifth, I didn't get to hear your perspective, and I'd love to hear before the night ends, if you don't mind.
Yeah, it's good, Pat. That's a good shout.
Okay. So, sorry, y'all, I'm cooking, so
What you making?
pork fried rice.
Okay, I would say nice, but I don't eat pork.
Right, you don't eat
Fried
pork.
rice bit's
I know.
nice.
I know. But so I was saying
Nice.
this, right?
Go on, Vigilant, you say it.
Nice. I like
I'm
pork fried
programmed too
rice.
much to even say it's nice.
But you know what? A man that can cook is an attractive quality.
100.
Yeah.
100.
Yeah, I agree.
Even if it's once a month, it's an attractive trait.
Mhm.
Now, I wouldn't want him in the kitchen ever. I like to cook, but I don't mind him cooking now and again when I'm tired.
Right. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, well, I'm not married and I live by myself, so the food ain't gonna cook itself. You feel me?
100. 100.
Okay.
So I would say this, right? I think the perception of a nice guy, it may feel that he finishes last, but I feel like he finishes best. You know, and that is at the end of the day, good moral character, who you are and who you treat people, will last longer than any other thing that does. And if that means that you may not be with someone, then I mean that's the piece that you have so put yourself in, right? But if you meet the right woman, then you know you just got to meet a woman who appreciates a genuine guy. I know we say the word "nice guy" because that's the pop culture trope and reference, but if you're a genuine guy and you know exactly what it is that you're going to have and not have into your life, then your results are just going to take patience, but you will finish. You will get to the finish line. You will, and that's my overall final thought and perspective on that.
If
You know,
what's a nice woman? We got a nice guy, but what's a nice woman?
well, we may have to save that for another show.
Oh, okay.
So just stay tuned.
one.
I think we should have it on both sides. We need what's a nice woman. Do nice women end
Yeah.
finish last?
I'm pretty fair with my topics. This was for one side, and you know we'll do another topic for a nice woman. We will get to that, and we'll address that. Okay.
All right.
Appreciate that.
All right. So I want to appreciate everyone who tuned in, everyone who joined the panel, and see y'all Thursday afternoon, 1 p.m. Eastern Time, 12 Central, 10 a.m. on the West Coast. All right. What time is that in the
Yeah.
UK? Is that 5?
I don't know.
Yeah. So did you say 1 p? If it's 1 p.m., what time
Uh-huh.
have you got there right now? Is it
It's 5. Well, I'm Central Time, so let's go by Eastern Time. It's 6:36 on the East.
6:36? Okay, so it's going to be 6 o'clock, 6 p.m. So I think that's right. Yeah, it's going to be 6 p.m. because it's 6:30 East Coast now, right?
Right. Right.
And over here it's 11:30, so there's a 5-hour difference. So we're 5
Yes.
hours ahead. So if it's 1 p.m. Eastern, it's going to be 6 p.m. UK time.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Join me Thursday. Mila's topic is on polyamorous marriages and relationships. So we're going to address that topic. She is going to co-host it and steer the ship on that topic because I don't want to be responsible for it, but it's on my channel, so I kind of am. But
Oh yeah, me and
she's
Casey have already
In the
decided we're
comment.
going to be in the
In the
comments,
comment.
lobbing grenades in for the first
Yeah.
hour until it's safe to come out.
Yeah.
yes, indeed. All right, y'all. Hey, y'all have a good day. All right.
All
You
right.
too,
Peace and love.
everybody. Thank you.
Take
Take
care.
care.
Bye.
Take care,
All
Dr.
right.
Take care.
You
Take
too,
care.
guys.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye, Fifth. Take care.